A very good morning to you as the grid is releasing cars. My name is John Phippen alongside Eric Miller as we're going to bring you the blow-by-blow of today's qualifying and racing action. First out is the non-Wings and Slicks Formula cars. This is Race Group 4, everything except the Formula Vs, which have a group all of their own. These cars run on treaded tires. You'll notice no wings or other appendages. These cars dated up through about 1997. Formula Bs, pre-73 Formula Fords, Formula Juniors, Formula 3, Club Fords, and later Formula Fords, but they have to run on treaded tires. And this big field of cars making its way out on track. And again, this is the one and only qualifying session, which will set the grid for their sprint race. They'll be at 3:05 this afternoon. Yesterday, Jeff Brabham was quickest in his number 6 Brabham BT35. Steve Grundahl in the number 4 was second quick in yesterday's practice in a Brabham BT29. Dave Handy in the 27 Brabham BT29 was third quick. Ron Hornig, who rebuilt the car that Jeff Brabham is driving in the 32 Brabham BT35, was fourth quick. And Robert Burnside in a 1969 Brabham BT29. There's kind of a trend here, as you can see. The BT29 was a very dominant car in its day and still is in vintage competition. I want to remind you, if you have the opportunity to stroll over into the paddock area, paddock access is free with your admission here to the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend. And I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunity to see these race cars up close and personal, and their owners, drivers will be happy to discuss their provenance and show off their prides and joys. So I certainly encourage you to take that opportunity. About halfway through this qualifying session, Jeff Brabham is quickest in the number 6. His best lap, a 2:24.044. Steve Grundahl is second quick in the number 4. 69 Brabham, BT29. Joel Quadracci in the number 48 is currently third. Joel also in a 67 Brabham. Pierce Rader in the number 68 car is currently fourth quick. He's in a Lotus 69B. Ron Hornig, Jeff Brabham's teammate, in the number 32. BT35 is currently fifth quick. Looking at the class leaders, Jeff Brabham quickest overall and in the 4B or Formula B category. In the Club Ford category, Jesse Jurgensen is quickest in his number 22. Jesse out of Mukago, Wisconsin? Maguago? I'm not sure. He's in a Doolan. Very unusual Formula Ford. Jeffrey Tillich in the number 36 car is second quick out of Chicago in his Lola T440. Tom Stefani currently third among the Club Fords in car number 98 out of Crystal Lake, Illinois in a Crosley 35F. In the Formula Ford category, Kenny Baum is quickest in the 97. Kenny out of Appleton, Wisconsin in his Euro Swift SE1. Wally Butler second fast in class in the number 35. Out of Narroll, Manitoba in a Lola T640. And Rod Bullhouse in the number 189 is third in the Formula Ford category. He's out of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin in a Lola T642. In the vintage Ford class, Daniel Burkett quickest in the 02. He's out of Burlington, Manitoba in a Chinook fitting, a Canadian car. Murray Burkett in the 31 is second quick out of Winnipeg, Manitoba in another Chinook. So the Chinook's looking good in the vintage Fords. Helmut Frederick in the car number 99, currently third fastest in vintage Ford. Also out of Winnipeg, Manitoba in a Caldwell. In the vintage F2, just two cars in the class. Will Thomas in the 19 is quickest, out of New Fairfield, Connecticut in his Brabham. And Pete Sabeff in the number 63 out of Golden, Colorado in an Ensign, one of Mo Nunn's prides. And we have a pair of Formula 500s, Jeff Jorgensen and the 00. And the 03 of Daniel Greening. Just about 5 minutes left in the session. Jeff Brabham still quickest overall, but Joel Quadracci has moved up into second spot in the number 48 BT29. Steve Grundall third in the number 4 car, and the 68 of Pierce Rader, and the 32 of Ron Hornig. Round out your top 5. Checkered flag in the air for our first qualifying session of the day, as the grid will be set here for our Group 4 cars. Again, that race coming up this afternoon at 3:05. On deck is Groups 2 and 3D, ready for their qualifying session. Coming up next. Attention in the paddock. This is your 5-minute warning. For Groups 2 and 3D, you need to be at the false grid, please. Thank you very much. Last of the cars have seen the checkers. Once again, Jeff Brabham quickest in the overall with a 124.044 in the 4B category. In 4 Club Ford, Jesse Jurgensen in the 22 was quickest. In the 4 Formula Ford, Kenny Baum in the 97 was fastest. In the Group 4 Vintage Ford, Murray Burkett in the 31 takes top honors. In the Vintage Formula 2, Will Thomas in the 19 was quickest. And in Formula 500, it is Jeff Jorgensen with the fastest lap. Next up, Groups 2 and 3D coming up next. Remember, Coffee and Canvas coming up at 10 o'clock in the Paddock Concession Shelter. Those of you who want to taking part in the lunchtime touring laps, there is a mandatory 11:15 meeting in the touring paddock, so don't miss that. Concord judging at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And just prior to that, the road course reenactment. We'll head out through Gate 5. Back to the early days of the road course on public roads here in Elkhart Lake. Prominently featured in Bert Levy's first book, The Last Open Road. By the way, Bert and David Hobbs will be at the paddock stand, I think 11 to 2, Eric? Yeah. So you have a chance to pick up David Hobbs' autobiography, Hobbo, and Bert has a whole library full of his books, the first of which, The Last Open Road, and there's a new audible book version or audiobook version of that book with an all-star cast done in the style of a 50s radio show. If you've already read the book and want a chance to visit it again, that's a great way to do so for the second time. Our next qualifying session getting underway It's a combined session for Group 2. Two are vintage production-based sports cars. Some of the oldest cars here, with the exception of the pre-war class, from the 50s through 1963. Alfa Romeos, Austin Healey's, Jaguars, MGAs, Morgans, Porsche 356s, Triumphs, Volvos, Elva Couriers, a few Lotus 7s in that. And then a portion of Group 3, which are sports racing cars from the 50s and 60s. This will be the 1500cc and under category. In practice yesterday, Robert Van Zelst in the number 42 was the quickest out of Brookfield, Wisconsin, in his Porsche 356. Nicholas Clements in the 81, shown as second quick. That Van Zelst time, I think, may be an error, so Nicholas Clements most likely is the quickest Group 2 car in yesterday's session. Out of Mesa, California, in a Porsche Roadster. George Ballback in the 0 out of Lake Forest, Illinois, in a 356B Porsche, was second quick in yesterday's practice. Third was Colin Comer in the 2D category. Colin in the number 62 Austin Healey Sprite out of Milwaukee. Matthew Getzinger in the number 73 was shown as fourth, and in fifth we've got Marcus Cookie in the number 58 out of Mequon, Illinois, in a Porsche Speedster. Coming up on half distance in this qualifying session for Group 2 and a smattering of Group 3. George Ballback is quickest in the number 0 Porsche 356B. George, longtime vintage competitor in Porsches out of Lake Forest, Illinois. Nicholas Clements, just about 0.3 of a second behind in the number 81. Nicholas was quickest yesterday out of Mesa, California in his Porsche Roadster. Denny Wilson up to third now in the number 77 out of Washington, Missouri. That's a Lotus Super 7. 73 is Matthew Getzinger. He is fourth quick, and Colin Comer in the number 62 rounds out the top 5. Colin's out of Milwaukee and an Austin Healey Sprite. Looking at the class leaders, Ballback in the 2C category and overall, with Matthew Getzinger in that same class. Robert Van Zelst in the 42 Porsche 356 is third in 2C. In the 2A category, Scott McQueen showing as quickest in the 106 out of Minneapolis in his Austin Healey 100-6, one of the big Healeys. Marcus Cookie in the number 58 is second quick out of Miquon, Illinois in his Porsche Speedster. And Christopher Candy in the 134 is third fast out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin in a Porsche 356 Speedster. In the 2B category, Nicholas Clements, we've already talked about him, in the number 81 Porsche, all the way from California. Robert Wagner in the 50 out of Miquon, also in an Austin Healey 3000. And Jim Perry in car number 1 out of Larson, Wisconsin, in a Volvo P1800. Third quick in the 2B category. In 2D, Colin Comer is quickest in the 62 out of Milwaukee. In the Sprite, Evan Hubachek in the number 17 out of Barrington, Illinois in his Morris Mini 100 is second quick. And Leah Bauer in the 107 rounds out the top 3 in 2D. Leah out of Medford, Wisconsin in an MG Midget. Only one car in 2E, that's Nicholas Perner, who unfortunately had to cut his session short as that car was not on song. In 2M, John Salisbury, quickest in the 34 out of Gerner, Illinois in a Sprite. John Bauer, second quick in the 07 out of Medford, Wisconsin in a Bug-Eye Sprite. Only one 2M car in the field, that's the 188 of Tom Cole. The 77 of Denny Wilson in the 2 VP2 category is the only one in the field in his Lotus Super 7. Eileen Wetzel, the only VP4 car in the field in the 202. And Jacob Miller in the only Group 3 car in the field in car 112. There's just about 7 minutes remain in this session.
Checkered flag is out here to end this session, our second qualifying session of your Saturday. Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners: Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America; Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our landmark sponsors: Sargento, Ariens, Corvette, Haggerty, Briggs & Stratton, Johnsonville, Henry, Palermo's Pizza, and NTT. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. Optima Batteries, the official battery of Road America. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner. The Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Soundhouse, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors: Hall Matro, AMR, Crete Truck Center, Wheel and Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf car provider. Eden Stone of Alders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner of Road America. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. The University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners: Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, Liftex, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and the Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors: WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Ariens. These companies sponsor events throughout the year. We thank you for your participation and support.
Looks like the last of the cars have seen the checkers. Late in the session, Denny Wilson took over the top spot in that number 77 Lotus Super 7. Colin Comer ends up second quick in the number 62 Austin Healey Sprite. Nicholas Clements third quickest in the number 81 Porsche Roadster. George Ballback in the number 0 Porsche 356B. And Matthew Getzinger in the 73 round out the top 10. Top 5. Whatever. Next up, Group 6 and the balance of Group 3. Just about 5 minutes away from the green flag, so attention in the paddock. If you're not on the false grid, you're going to be late. Group 6 and 3A and B to qualifying coming up next. Next session's predominantly Group 6. Larger displacement sports cars and sedans. Most up through 1972, and in some cases as late as 1997. A lot of big thundering V8s, A and B production, Trans Am, GT1, 2, and 3, GTOs. But sprinkled in are some Spec Miatas as well, and some other Group 6 cars. Looking at yesterday's practice, quickest was a Group 3 car, as the faster of the Group 3 cars are combined in this group. Brian Garcia in the number 41 Cheetah Roadster. Brian out of St. Charles, Illinois, was quickest. Michael Origer in the number 969 was the quickest Group 6 car out of Palatine, Illinois. That's a 69 Chevy Corvette. Jim Frula in the number 52 was third quick overall out of Woodinville, Washington in his Nissan 240SX. Scott Graham in the number 169 Trans Am car out of New Franken, Wisconsin, Pontiac Firebird. And rounding out the top 5, the 82 of Damon DeSantis brought that home out of Plantation, Florida in his 74 Porsche 911 RSR. And coming up on the half distance of this session, Jonathan Gaynor showing the quickest time overall out of Bloomfield, Michigan in his 1960 Devon special. It's a 358 Chevy with an XKE differential. Interesting. Michael Origer in that big Corvette, the 969. Second quick, Jim Frula in the 52. Nissan 240SX. In third, Tim Cornelius, fourth quick in the 47. Camaro Z28. And Mike Bands rounding out the top five in the number 13 Porsche 911 RSR. Looking at the class leaders, Jonathan Gaynor is alone in the Group 6B category as the quickest time. In the 6A production category, Michael Origer, we already mentioned, is quickest. His teammate, Robert G. in the 696 Corvette, is second fast. Jeremy Gross in the number 163 is currently third out of New Franken, Wisconsin, in another Corvette. In the 6A sedan category, the 117 Falcon of Damon Bozell is quickest. And just as I say that, he has been pipped by Henry Vicusio. Henry in the number 76 Ford Mustang has the top honors. Damon Bozell in the 117 1965 Ford Falcon. And Gary Davis in the 04 Dodge Dart are your top three in A sedan. In B production, Fritz Seidel quickest in the 721 Porsche 911 RSR. Tom Bleeker in the 165 Mustang Fastback. And Chip Boatwright in the 113 Chevy Roadster, your top three. In the 6 GT2 category, David Farnsworth is quickest in the number 60 out of Schaumburg, Illinois, a BMW. Steve Walker second in the number 27 BMW. Jim Frula in the only GT3 car in the field in the 52 Nissan 240SX. Peter Mika in the number 241. And a BMW 323 is the quickest GTO car. In GTS, Zachary Tenorio in the 57 Ford Mustang. In GTU, Jessica Jonk in the 128. Jessica out of Lakeville, Minnesota, in her BMW 325i. In 6 HP3, Mike Bands is quickest in the number 13 Porsche 911 RSR. Yves Skamama in the number 152 is second fast out of Cincinnati in his Porsche RSR. And Damon DeSantis rounding out the top three in 6 HP3. He's out of Plantation, Florida in his Porsche. John Rockensees is the only 6 IT2 car in the field in the 21 Alfa Romeo GTV6. Julie Dahmer in the 118 is the only MX-5 in the field. In the 6 S2 category, Craig Root in car number 5, a Mustang. In 6 SM, Anthony Jarvis in the 12, and Pat O'Hara in the 143 Miatas. In the SM2 category, Michael Tomei in the 93 and John Jarvis in the 20, Eric Jacobson in the 144. Only one car in the SSA category, John Wirtz. He's in the number 130 out of Kiel, Wisconsin in a Porsche 944. In the 6 Trans Am category, Tim Cornelius in the 47 is quickest in that Chevy Camaro. Brad Briscoe in the 15 is second quick in a Greenwood Corvette. And Scott Graham in the 169 Pontiac Firebird is third. A couple Group 9 cars in the field. Jose Miguel Paredes in the number 211. Dick York in the number 90. But Jonathan Gaynor is still quickest in the overall by just about a tenth and a half. So the Devon holding court over the Corvette, the 969 of Michael Orager. I'd like to give a shout out to the Vintage Sports Car Driver Association sponsors of this event, the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend, Collins Classic Automobiles, Haggerty Vintage Motorsports Insurance, Donato and Sons, Sport and Specialty Restorations and Vintage Racing, North Shore Sports Cars, an authorized Morgan dealer, Next Gen, ahead in neck protection, the National Exchange Bank and Trust, and the Northern Chill, America's Water. HSR has a number of cars here. We'd like to thank Dave Hinton and John Duna for their hard work to bring that together. Our celebrity guests, of course, Lynn St. James. Cindy Lux could not be with us. Sabra Cook. All the women of motorsports in North America. They'll have a special Women in Motorsports race coming up right after the lunch break at 1 o'clock. You'll want to definitely check that out. All of the workers, safety crews, VSCDA volunteers from registration to tech. You all make the racing possible here, and we thank you so much for being part of this Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend featuring the VSCDA.
Also want to thank the folks from Ariens that are here this weekend as well. Want to welcome them.
Getting to be snowblower season, so
Absolutely.
how appropriate.
I have my Ariens snow thrower in the driveway.
Yes, sir. Jonathan Gaynor ends up quickest in that Devon, number 111. Michael Origer in the Corvette comes home second by just over a tenth. Jim Frula in the number 52 Nissan 240SX, third fastest. Fritz Seidel on the 721 Porsche 911. And Yves Skamama in the number 152 Porsche 911. Your top five in Group 6. Next up is Group 10, and those are the Formula Vs. In a normal weekend, we would have those cars folded into the Group 4, the Monoposto non-wings and slicks category, but we have so many Vs here, they have a race group all their own. And they are next up, just about ready to be released onto the racetrack. Once again, these are all Formula Vs making their way out on track. In practice yesterday, Brian Stasinski in the number 84 was quickest. That's a Lynx Model B, very popular Formula V in its day. Jack Heidemann in the 66 was second quick in a Zinc C4. Bill Stasinski in the number 21 Lynx was third quick among the Vs. Fourth to Ron Price in the number 868, another Lynx. And Peter Sabev rounding out the top five in yesterday's practice aboard the number 63. About halfway through this Formula V qualifying session, Eric Kopic is quickest in the number 92. Out of Findlay, Ohio, in a Lynx B. The Lynx cars originally built by Bill Riley of Riley and Scott fame, and John Mills, both were employees of the Ford Motor Company at the time and started building these cars. And the Lynx Model B, very popular. Jack Heidemann in the 66 is second quick. He's in a zinc C4. Ed Zink, of course, designing the Zinks. Car won the runoffs 10 times, including 5 in a row between 66 and 70. Joseph Stiefel is currently third in the 77 car. Out of Lombard, Illinois, another Lynx. Bill Stasinski in the 21 is fourth out of Downers Grove, Illinois, in a Lynx. And Guy Dennehy rounding out the top 5 in the number 33 out of Climax, Michigan, also in a Lynx. Just a reminder, you still have about half an hour to get registered for the Canvas and Coffee coming up at 10 o'clock. You can take a break from the racing and do a little painting while you're having coffee, hosted by Chris Bonk's Bottles and Bottega. You must register for this event. It's $35. And again, beginning at 10 o'clock this morning at the Paddock Concession Shelter.
The backside of Parker Johns.
Painting the sunset at Elkhart Lake Road America, America's National Park of Speed.
Had a great sunrise this morning.
Yeah, I had a pretty sunset last night. We were racing until about 7 o'clock, and it was beautiful.
They've got a couple cars pulled off over in turn 12 and off in turn 5, so they continue to circulate here in qualifying. And checker flag is going to come out. Looks like we may have something potentially on the racetrack, such as fluid. So they're going to want to do a track inspection. More than likely after this particular session, had a car that was smoking rather profusely that had pulled off to the turn 12 Canada corner flag station. Race fans have some good news for you. The 2023 season pass renewal. If you get the renewal before tomorrow, it is only $490 for a season pass, worth well over $1,500 if you put everything together. But the renewal pricing at roadamerica.com right now for today and tomorrow, $490 for a season pass. Early bird pricing starting Monday goes up to $520 through October 2nd. And if you wait until January, it's $645. So get your renewals in this weekend, $490 for the 2023 season pass here at Road America. take advantage of the opportunity to get locked in now for next year. Of course, you heard the announcement that the Xfinity Series is coming back the end of July. Of course, we have IndyCar, IMSA, World Challenge, Trans Am, Moto America, and much more, plus all of our vintage events. All of those are included with your season pass. Take advantage now, $490 through today and tomorrow for the 2023 Road America Season Pass.
Yeah, it looks like we may have some fluid down as we can see the kitty litter and brush trucks making their way onto the track at turn 5. We can see the EV crews doing a track inspection up into the carousel turn. So again, we must have a little fluid down on the racetrack. So there'll be a bit of a delay before we get back to our qualifying rounds. The pre-war group, Group 1, is next on the agenda. Originally scheduled to start in about 5 minutes' time, but I think we'll probably have maybe a short delay until that happens.
Sounds like we're estimating about 10 to 15 minutes for the cleanup, so it'll be a few moments. We do have the lunch break built in yet coming up later on this morning. If you're looking for an affordable place to stay for the races, why not stay at the track? Whether you need lodging for one person or a group, we have the best options for race fans. It'll save you time and money when visiting us here at Road America. Check out roadamerica.com/lodging for availability and pricing. Don't forget to stop by the Paddock Shop for your official Road America apparel and souvenirs. Located across from Victory Lane, the store features an amazing selection of hats, shirts, toys, gifts, unique artwork, furniture, and much more. Safety gear and stuff for your pets and little kids as well. Toys. Very cool place if you haven't been there yet. Paddock Shop open 9 to 4 daily here at Road America this weekend. Also, don't forget the VSCDA Regalia tent over in the Fan Walk area just across the street from the Paddock Shop on the main Paddock Road near Parker John's Paddock concession stand. So the cleanup is from the turn 5 through about turn 12. It's a little hit and miss from what we understand. So they're going through a couple of different areas, continuing to clean up some fluid down on the race course. Sounds like probably oil out of a breather or something in that situation where under load it was pushing out. So we'll continue the cleanup here for the foreseeable about 10 to 15 minutes or so. If you're looking for a perfect gift for that upcoming special occasion or person, how about a Road America gift card? Available in any denomination you choose. Road America gift cards can be redeemed for race tickets, driving courses, motorcycle schools, on-track touring, or Road America merchandise. Road America gift cards, always the perfect fit. Stop by the track office or visit roadamerica.com today. If you are in the need of cash, you can use your ATM card at the mobile ATMs located in the paddock area at the Gearbox and Road America's paddock shop as well. And event participants, Road America encourages all of you to help keep America's National Park of Speed clean by utilizing Safety Clean recycling stations for your vehicle fluids. Safety Clean recycling stations are conveniently located at several areas inside the paddock area as well. If you're a hunter or outdoorsman, then you know that firearms are just like dessert. Somehow you always find room for more, and no collection is complete without a rifle or shotgun from Henry Repeating Arms. Proudly made in the great state of Wisconsin, Henry Repeating Arms offers a wide variety, so you can be sure that there's a Henry that's just right for you. Find yours today by visiting them online at henryusa.com and ordering a free catalog and decals. Quick Trip is a proud partner of Road America, and Quick Trip convenience stores and racing at Road America is a perfect match for race fans. With over 400 stores in Wisconsin, Quick Trip has you covered with fresh bakery, grocery items, produce, take-home meals, and freshly prepared hand-breaded fried chicken made right in the store. Quick Trip also carries all your favorite beer brands and offers the lowest legal beer pricing on 24 and 30 packs. Quick Trip, they've got you covered. We'll see you next time. Serving Appleton, Green Bay, Madison, and Milwaukee, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing provide the best towing and battery service around. They're revolutionizing the towing industry by providing rapid service to help get you back on the road. So if you're looking for 5-star service, call your official towing provider of Road America, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing today. With safe and quick services such as lockouts, jump starts, tire changes, and towing to get you back on the road, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing, serving again Appleton, Green Bay, Madison, and Milwaukee. We've partnered with Haggerty because, like you, they're always ready to get behind the wheel. Get the best track day and off-track insurance, including that trailer. Check out action-packed videos, values for your vehicle, even a virtual garage at Haggerty.com. Race fans know how to get out and do. Ice-cold Mountain Dew available at all trackside concession stands here at Road America. Pepsi is the official soft drink of Road America. Race fans, be sure to make a pit stop at your local grocer's freezer to pick up the official pizza of Road America, Palermo's Pizza. Whether you choose Palermo's, Connie's, Screamin' Sicilian, or Urban Pie, it's sure to satisfy. Made in Wisconsin for over 55 years. Palermo's, the official pizza of Road America and Wisconsin's official hometown pizza. Keep your hearing safe. Soundhouse Safe. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Visit Soundhouse next to the paddock shop or in one of the vending machines for your hearing safety gear. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at a nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. And cleanup is going to be extended. Found some more fluid down in the Kettle Bottoms area. So we'll have a little bit longer to wait as the sweeper trucks, the Buffalo blowers, all out right now in the Kettle Bottoms area. We've progressed through the carousel and now into past the kink and towards Canada Corner. So it looks like that cleanup is continuing. So we'll continue to have a little bit of a on-track delay with the fluid down cleanup.
And thanks to the great safety crew here at Elkhart Lakes Road America for that oil cleanup after the last group. And the track is race ready, and we are back in qualifying mode. And this is Group 1, the pre-war class, the oldest cars here this weekend. In yesterday's practice, Rex Barrett was quickest in the number 66. That is a 1933 Ford Indy Roadster. It was the only Ford-powered car entered in the 1933 Indy 500, and it did not qualify. Doc Williams was the driver of that car. And here it is, and it is the quickest car here this weekend. Douglas Stewart was second quick in the number 53, and that is a 1935 Riley Indycar. It has a British Hemi twin-cam engine in it, which was very notable for its time. And in 1934, a British 9 powered cars at the 24 Hours of Le Mans finished second, third, fifth, and sixth. Norbert Breeze in the number 17 was third quick in yesterday's practice out of Lake Bluff, Illinois, in a Morgan Plus 4. Was the first Morgan. The Plus 4 was the first Morgan with hydraulic brakes. Edson McCord was fourth quick in the 915 out of Burlington, Wisconsin, a 1952 MG TD. The TD was the first MG with left-hand drive as an option. And rounding out the top 5 in yesterday's practice, the 56 of Glenn Moore out of DeLand, Florida. And his was an MG TF 1500. Silver number 237 just coming by start finish. That is the oldest car here this weekend, the oldest competition car here this weekend. It's a 1923 Amel car. It's a French car. Joseph Lamy and Emile Eccar founded the Amel car company in their native France. It's a 903cc power plant. David Watts out of Grayslake, Illinois, bringing that car to us. Rex Barrett in that number 66 Indycar, setting the quickest time so far in the early going here. Takes these cars a little longer to get around the racetrack. Barrett's time, a 3-minute, 9-second lap time. Mark Brandau in the number 470, 1947 MGTC right-hand drive. That was the car that so many GIs brought home from overseas after the Second World War and really started the two-seater sports car revolution here in this country. Norbert Breeze is second quick so far in the number 17 Morgan +4. Glenn Moore currently third quick in the 56 out of DeLand, Florida in his MGTF 1500. The 261 of John Ulrich out of Harvard, Illinois, a 1933 Buick-powered Indy Roadster. That car finished fifth in the 1933 Indy 500. Stubby Stubblefield was the driver. Checker flag is in the air for this session. Quickest of these cars lapping just over 3 minutes, which is a minute off the pace that we would normally see for some of the faster race cars here this weekend. The slowest of these cars, the oldest car here, the 23 Ammo car, just barely breaking a 5-minute lap. Rex Barrett does set his fastest lap on the last lap in that number 66 Ford Indycar, a 3:08.773. And he'll have the provisional pole by a pretty comfortable margin over Brad Tank, who takes over the second spot on the last lap so far, at least, in his 1950 MGTD. But we'll wait for the rest of the field to come by before we pronounce the rest of the field. I think Barrett's pretty comfortable in that pole position. Yeah, Norbert Breeze retakes the second spot in the number 17 Morgan +4. Edson McCord comes across the line in the yellow 915 MGTD. He's currently fourth quick. And David Watts makes it across the line in that Ammo car, the 1923 vintage. His last lap was his best, a 4:53. Five-minute warnings up on the grid for our next qualifying session. So Rex Barrett takes the honors in the 66 Ford Indy. Norbert Breeze in the number 17 Morgan +4. Second quick, Brad Tank in the 62 MGTD. Edson McCord in the 915 MGTD. And Glenn Moore rounding out the top five in the number 56 MGTF. Next up, Race Group 9 for their qualifying session. These are some of the most potent closed-wheel competition cars here this weekend. Modern racing prototypes, post-1972, basically. IMSA GTP Camel Lights, FIA Group C, World Sports Car Championship, Le Mans prototypes, Daytona prototypes, as well as modern era global GT Cup or challenge cars like the FIA GT4 or Porsche GT3 Cups, the Ferrari Challenge, World Challenge, Grand Am Grand Sports, all eligible in this group. Coming up next. And our Group 9 cars making their way out onto the grid. In yesterday's practice, Joel Quadracci was quickest. In the number 48 Orica LMP2 car, 2003 vintage. Denny Lammers was second quick in one of the contemporary Trans Am GT1 cars, the number 66. He's out of Fremont, Wisconsin, in that 2010 Mustang Trans Am car. Adam Rupp was third quick in the number 701, also a GT1 machine, a 95 Ford Mustang. Robert Van Zelst in the GT3 number 34 was fourth, out of Brookfield, Wisconsin, in his 2017 Porsche 991 GT3R. And Lance Wiskirchen in the 33 rounded out the top five out of Scandinavia, Wisconsin, in his 2000 Ford Mustang Trans Am car. Cliff Edmond wasn't on the time charts in yesterday's session, but he is immediately at the top in this session in that number 6 GT1. Cliff, a four-time national champion of the SCCA runoffs in the GT1 class, and has won the June sprints here at Road America 3 times in that car. And he's quickest after just one lap. Joel Quadracci, who was quickest yesterday, is second quick. Ray Bonthron in the number 96 is currently third in his 2002 GT1 Mustang. But it's early days. The three Le Mans prototypes at the top of the charts, as you would expect. Joe Quadracci in the LMP2 number 48 is quickest. In the Oreca, Travis Engen in the all-conquering Audi R8 LMP1 car, second quick by 44 thousandths of a second. Lawrence Huang in the number 59, another LMP2 car, an Oreca, is third quick. And then of the non-prototypes, Cliff Eben is quickest. His last lap was his best at a 2:09.191 in the number 6 Ford Mustang. Lance Wiskirchen in the 33s, only a second and a half further back in fifth in his Ford Mustang. Rick Dittman, Adam Rupp, James Cope, Denny Lammers, and Randy Rosemerkel are your top 10 as we're in the closing few minutes of this session. Travis Engen goes to the top on that last lap, a 2:05.209. As the Audi R8 finally up to temperature. Checkered flag is in the air for this Group 9 qualifying session. We'll wait for the cars to come across the line on their last lap. But Travis Engen in the Audi R8 LMP1 car. Travis is a 2005. That was the last year for the R8. And on the last lap, Joe Quadracci retakes the top spot in the LMP2 Oreca, a 2:04.9 for Quadracci, but Engen set his fastest lap on his last go-round before the checkers came out. So we'll see if he can better it. And Cliff Eben continues to impress in that GT1 car, third fastest overall. Only about 2.3 seconds behind the Audi. Travis Engen takes the checkers in the pit lane, so he will not improve. He'll stay no better than second. So it looks like the last of the field has taken the checkers. Joel Quadracci has the honors for the quickest time in the LMP2 category, a 2:04.944. That's fast time of the day so far. Travis Engen in the LMP1 category is second quick with a 2:05.209 in the Audi. Cliff Eben in the 9 GT1 category, a 2:07.585. Lawrence Huang, second in LMP2, is fourth overall in the 59 with a 2:07.7. James Cope in the number 211. Ilan DPO2, IMSA Prototype Lights car. That's the MSR1 category. He wins that class and fifth overall. Rick Dittman, quickest in the GTS category in his number 24 Corvette. Lance Wiskerson, second among the GT1 entries in the 33. And Denny Lammers in the 66, Cliff Evans' teammate, third fastest in the GT1 category. In GT3, Robert Van Zelst is fastest in the number 34 Porsche 911 RSR. Brian Carlson, second quick in a Chevy Camaro. And Anthony Stevens in the 194, rounding out the top three in GT3 in his Porsche 997. Richard Carlino finishing third in the LMP2 category behind Quadracci and Wong. Carlino in the number 25 Orica. And I think that's the last of the contested classes for Group 9. Next up, Group 8. Historic production GTU cars through 1972. Smaller displacement Alphas, BMWs, Datsuns, 911 and 914 Porsches in this class. Coming up next.
SeaTech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum card, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed SeaTech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passion and storage expertise, SeaTech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage card, cabinet, or drawer from SeaTech Manufacturing. Kunis RV is proud to be a partner of Road America for the 2022 season. Kunis RV is Wisconsin's largest RV dealer with over 1,500 travel trailers, fifth wheels, and motorhomes in stock. Shop 11 great locations from La Crosse to Green Bay, from Sheboygan to Elkhorn, from the track to the great outdoors. Life is meant for adventure. Let your adventure begin at KunisRV.com. That's KUNESRV.com.
In yesterday's practice, quickest of the Group 8 cars was the number 16, Steve Grundahl, out of Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, in his 72 Porsche 911. George Ballback was second quick. In the number 0, Porsche 911, excuse me, Lisa Hansen was third quick in her number 110. 69 Porsche 911. Jeff Jagish Sr. in the number 12 was third quick out of Waukesha in his Datsun 240Z. And rounding out the top 5 was Peter Sabev in the number 63 Sunbeam Tiger. So a nice variation of marks in the top 5. Again, many of them in different classes, lots of subclasses. Class B1, B2, C, and X. All part of Group 8. About halfway through this session, George Ballback at the top of the order in his number 0, 1966 Porsche 911. Lisa Hansen, second quick by about 5 seconds in her number 11069 911. Nicholas Clements in yet another Porsche in the 81 is currently third quick in his 67 911S. Ben Robertaccio in the number 129 is in a Porsche 914-6 out of St. Louis Park, Minnesota. And Larry Lunda rounding out the top 5 in the number 76, 1970 Porsche 914 4-cylinder. Among the contested classes, the 8B2 category, Ballback is quickest. Second is the 184 of Alex Ames in a 1970 Triumph GT6. And third is the 185 of Marshall Moore in a 72 Datsun 510. In the 8C category, Nicholas Clements in the number 81 911 is quickest. Followed by Jeff Jagish in the number 12 Datsun 240Z, and Alex Rourke in the number 62 Lotus Elan. In the 8A category, Robertaccio in the 129 914-6 over Kevin McNiff in the number 140 Opel Manta. In the HP6 category, Lisa Hansen is quickest in the 110 911. Larry Lunda second in the number 76 914. checkers are out. George Ballback at the moment still holding on to the pole. Lisa Hansen has closed to within about 2.8 seconds. Ballback in the 0, Lisa in the number 110. Nicholas Clements in the number 81 just comes across the line. No improvement for him, but he stays third. Peter Sabev jumps into the top 3. In the number 63, Sunbeam Tiger. So Sabev, third quickest. Nicholas Clements in the 81 Porsche back to 5th. Jeff Jagish in the 12. Datsun 240Z rounds out the top 5.
And race fans, right now, if you are looking at doing the 2023 season pass, renewal pricing for today and tomorrow only through roadamerica.com is $490. $1,500 value on the 2023 season pass, just $490 for the season pass, available today and tomorrow. Early bird pricing goes up starting Monday, $520 for the season pass. So today and tomorrow on sale, renewal price for this weekend only for the 2023 season pass, $490. If you wait until January, it's $645 for the season pass. So get it right now at roadamerica.com. Since 1998, Mad City Windows has been on a mission to provide a level of quality workmanship and service that used to be the industry norm, but today is becoming harder to find. As a family-owned business, their reputation means everything, and every member of their team is willing to go the extra mile to ensure the satisfaction of their customers. An A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and achieve the Angie's List Super Service Award without sacrificing on quality of product or installation, and as a result, offer the best no-hassle warranties in the industry. Proud to be the number 1 remodeler in Wisconsin since 1998. Mad City Windows. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at the track. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide. Safety Clean encourages all race fans to do your part to properly dispose of your used automotive fluids. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, help make green work. Kelly Moss Road and Race has been topping podiums for over 30 years. Their success has allowed them to develop a rigorous testing process that they apply to every aspect of their business. Whether you're looking to hone your skills with the most comprehensive online driver development program in the industry, bring your custom car build to life, purchase one of their off-road safari kits, or compete with their first-class trackside support. Their winning history provides confidence no other can match. That is the Kelly Moss difference. Hall Matro is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Matro delivers high-quality, innovative tools which consistently performs under the most adverse conditions. Hall Matro is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Matro dealer, to learn more today. Race fans, you know it's important to keep your car looking great, so why not treat your residential or commercial buildings the same? Edenvalder Stone offers a full line of building and landscaping stones that will really help polish up your place. Whether you're restoring your landscape or starting from scratch, turn to the experts at Edenvalder Stone. It's the preferred stone of Road America and the ideal choice for your next project. Crete Truck Centers, where your uptime is our priority. Crete Truck Centers has a large inventory of new Mack, Volvo, Hino, Fuso, as well as road-ready pre-owned vehicles. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Crete Truck Centers is dedicated to keeping your business moving down the road by providing parts and service to all makes and models of trucks. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America.
Group 5 making its way out. FIA World Manufacturers Championship and Prototypes. In yesterday's practice session, James French was quickest by a bunch in the Group 5 CSR, C Sports Racer class, a 2:06.348. Second quick was a gaggle of Sports 2000s, Fritz Seidel, fastest of those in the 02 Carber S2000. Avery Stuckert was third quick among the Group 5 cars in his Carbert out of Heartland, Wisconsin. Kevin Leparsky was fourth quick among the Group 5 cars in the number 262 Carber S2. And fifth was John Boxhorn in the number 89, also a Carber out of Wisconsin as well. Fritz Seidel, Avery Stuckert had a great battle down to the wire yesterday in the Enduro. A nice three-way battle coming to the flag. Andy Jacobs was right in the thick of that, but literally down at the bottom of the hill before they made the turn into turn 14. They had it coming together, and Stuckert ended up taking the win. Frederick Seidel was a bit distant in second spot, and Andy Jacobs, who led the last lap at the stripe, after spinning off down at the bottom of the hill, ended up a lap down, first car a lap down in seventh. About halfway through this one, it's a Miller family benefit at the front. Jason in the 101 Shadow Can-Am car, quickest with a 2:14.7. Father Jeff in his 0 B Sports Racer is second quick with a 2:17.9. Skip Pfeffer, quickest of the Sports 2s in the number 98 Lola T8790. Fritz Seidel in the 02 is fourth quick in his Carber. Second among the Sports 2s. Third among the Sports 2s, Frederick Seidel, who was involved in that great battle at the end of the race yesterday in the number 18 Carber. But James French just now setting off on his first flying lap, so he'll certainly challenge the top spot. He was in the 2:05s yesterday. And right on cue, James French with a 2:04.666 takes over the top spot in the 5 C Sports Racer. That's a much more contemporary 2001 Swift 014. That same Swift chassis basically also competed in Formula Atlantic. So when they run in Prototype 1 or C Sports Racer, they just put a fendered body on it, basically the same running gear. Jason Miller thunders by in that big Can-Am car. There's 2 of those DN4 Shadows. Greg Borland has the other one, but he has yet to turn a competitive time. Looking at the contested classes. In B Sports Racer, Jeff Miller in the 0. Lola T496 with Kohler power. And David Putz second in that category in the number 8 Chevron B21. In the Vintage Sports 2, James Cope is quickest in the 50. 1986 Swift DB2. Peter Escookie in the number 20 is second quick. And Mason Hoper in the number 146. Lola is third quick among the Vintage Sports 2s. In the Sports 2 category, Fritz Seidel in the 02 is fastest in the Carber. Skip Pfeffer in the number 98 Lola T8790. And Frederick Seidel in the number 18 Carber are your top 3. James French will have the fast time of the day so far, but just you wait. Group 7 still to come is our last qualifying session. We'll be getting underway shortly. French with a 2:04.666 in the number 46. Swift 0:14. Jason Miller, quickest second fast overall in the number 1:01. Shadow DN4. Jeff Miller in the number 0 B Sports Racer. Lola with Kohler Power was third quick. Fritz Seidel, fastest of the Sports 2s in the 02 Carber. Skip Pfeffer, Josh Bowler rounding out the top 6. Bowler in the 119 Chevron B36. One more group to go for our final qualifying session, and that is Group 7, the Wings and Slicks Formula cars. In theory, at least, should be the fastest cars here. And there are a couple of them who will be really fast if they bring them out and turn laps. Stand by for the surprise.
If you've got a grilling emergency, then head over to the new Johnsonville Marketplace, just 5 miles away on County Road J. Open daily, the Johnsonville Marketplace is where you'll find 70 different types of sausage, other Wisconsin food favorites, and spirits. Stop in today. Welcome to Road America race fans. No matter the weather, protecting your vehicle is a priority, and WeatherTech is on board to help. Our premium American-made products can help maintain the resale value of your vehicle for years to come. From Tech Care, the complete line of auto detailing and cleaning products that help keep your vehicle looking like new, to Floorliner HP, the next generation of high-performance floor liners. You'll find everything you need to safeguard your ride at WeatherTech.com. Jim's Golf Cars, sales, service, and rentals. Or if you're looking for a new or used golf car for the campground, need a fleet of cars for your golf course, have an upcoming event with transportation needs, or just looking for a cool golf car to get you around town, call Jim's Golf Cars. They have it all. Check out the inventory available at jimsgolfcars.com. Stop in to see the friendly staff at the Reedsville or De Pere location. Daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal rentals, Jim's Golf Cars is here for you. Roaring engines, cheering crowds. It sounds like summer is back. And what's better on a warm summer day than a great group of friends and some Cedar Crest ice cream? It's the perfect topping for a fun day in the sun. Don't forget the sunscreen, and never forget the Cedar Crest. Race fans, EV charging has come to Road America. The new clean energy EV charging station provided by Entech Solutions is located at the top of the Paddock Hill. Entech Solutions has partnered with Road America in the Go Green initiative to bring you free solar-powered EV charging. For more information about the renewable energy solutions, visit energybymtech.com. Entech Solutions, making clean energy smarter. The Village of Elkhart Lake welcomes you to Road America and the National Park of Speed. Following today's events, head north out of the gates into Elkhart Lake for great food and live lakeside music. Let the fun continue at Wisconsin's legendary getaway, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Spark Ops Metalworks is proud to be the official metal fabrication partner of Road America. Spark Ops is the professional partner you need when it comes to metal. Spark Ops provides fiber laser cutting with either oxide-free nitrogen or oxygen with cutting capability up to 1 1/2 inches thick. Press brake and part forming up to 3/8 inches thick on CNC Bystronic brakes. Spark Ops offers both robotic and manual welding services along with full metal finishing of your parts. Contact Spark Ops today or visit them at sparkopmetalworks.com.
Like to give a shout out to our VSRDA sponsors as well. Collins Classic Automobiles, Haggerty Vintage Motorsports Insurance, Donato and Sons, Aluminum Trailers, Sports and Specialty Restorations and Vintage Racing, North Shore Sports Cars, the authorized Morgan dealer, Next Gen, ahead in neck protection, National Exchange Bank and Trust, and the Northern Chill, America's Water, as well as Historic Sports Car Racing, David Hinton and John Duna. All the women in motorsports, we'll see them in a race for the women in motorsports from all classes with the exception of pre-war. That's coming up right after lunch at 1 o'clock. And, of course, Road America and all the workers here, the safety crews, and all the VSCDA volunteers as well, from registration and tech and everyone in between. As the 1 minute warning's up for our last qualifying group, Group 7, the Wings and Slicks Formula cars coming up next.
And, of course, right now over at Victory Lane, some Brass Era cars over there on display. So head on over to Victory Lane as well. Lots of cool cars sitting over there. Been looking forward to the Concours d'Elegance all weekend long. And that's going on right now as well near Victory Lane. So if you're in the paddock area or elsewhere in the grounds, those cars are going to be filtering through here throughout the day until about 6 p.m. this afternoon throughout the day. So go ahead and check out some of those cars as well. Wings and Slicks next here from Road America, the National Park of Speed. Fall colors just starting, but a beautiful, we'll still call it a late summer day here at Road America. About 73 degrees right now, sun out. Track starting to warm up very nicely. Some blue skies with some moderate wispy clouds here and there. Started out a little cloudy this morning, but turning into a gorgeous day. So I want to thank those of you for tuning into our YouTube channel as well. Watching from home, need to come on out if you're here locally. The sights and sounds of these vintage cars, TV does not do them justice, trust me. They are gorgeous and it sounds incredible. All the different engine configurations and exhaust notes of multiple different cars on the track at one time. Absolutely amazing weekend every year here at Road America for the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. Want to thank the folks from Ariens for being here as well. The VIP suites throughout the weekend. Great to have good partners with Ariens here as well. Ariens Tunnel over in Turn 2 as well.
on his first flyer of the weekend. Brian French takes the fast time of the day with a 2-minute .432 in the 1997 Benetton Formula One car. It makes a glorious noise with the Judd V10. That's not the engine that the car raced in, but is a little more user-friendly for vintage racing. James French also here with the 1997 Jordan with the similar power plant, but we have yet to see that car in this session. Mark Giroux and Travis Engen having a nice little battle among the Indy Lights cars. Giroux, the 97 Lola T9720. That was the era with the Buick V6. Travis Engen in a similar number 31. A few years newer. His is a 2001. Giroux with the advantage by about 2 seconds right now. Rob Radman, quickest of the Group 7C cars in the number 15 Elan Formula Mazda. Fletcher Belt rounding out the top 10 in the number 39 March Super V. As we're celebrating women in motorsports, want to give a shout out to Sharon Fry in the number 93 Van Diemen Formula Continental. Checkered flag is out. Tom Simpson in the thundering Formula 5000, number 77, the first to see the checkers. At McKee, mark 18. Checkered flag is out. No surprise, Brian French quickest by a bunch. A 156.678 for that Formula One number 18. Benetton. Mark Giroux, best of the rest in the number 30 Indy Lights car with a 209.680. Travis Engen in a similar but slightly newer Buick Indy Lights, number 31, third quick with a 211.822. Rob Radman in the top five, currently fourth fastest, quickest of the 7C category in his number 15 Elan Pro Formula Mazda. And Bill Wallenschlager cracks the top five in the number 37 Formula Continental, the Van Diemen RF97, one of Ralph Furman's creations. Looking at the class leaders of the contested classes, Rob Radman over Josh Bowler in the number 19, Bowler's Chevron B29. Mark Giroux, as we mentioned, quickest in the 7A category. Jeff Antonelli was second fastest in the number 71 Star Pro Mazda prior to the earlier generation than the Elan. And Grant Greenfield rounding out the top three in that class in the number 38 Speeds Formula 1000. Bill Walschlager, quickest of the Continentals in the number 37 Van Diemen. Michael Popp, second in that class in the number 13 Van Diemen. And Patrick Donnelly in the number 16, third in the Migale SJ01. So that puts paid to our qualifying sessions. We are on lunch break at this point. Celebrity charity rides and touring taking place during the lunch break. And then we'll be back with you at 1 o'clock, which is about an hour and 20 minutes from now, for our first race of the afternoon, as the Women of Motorsports special race will take place at 1 o'clock. And Eric, I don't know if you have any last-minute words for our viewers here for the lunch break, but lots of good things to see. The concours is starting to warm up, and the coffee and canvas painting opportunity going on in the Paddock Concession Shelter. What else is happening?
Well, you got Pearls on the Hill over in Hurry Downs. You got Antoinette's over in Turn 3 for some dining options, as well as Parker John's and the Gearbox here in the Paddock area. Maybe you brought your own picnic lunch if you're camping out here. Maybe you're grilling out or tailgating, so to speak, and having a great time. Thanks for coming out here to America's National Park of Speed. Paddock Shop is open from 9 to 4, so if you do need anything today and tomorrow, Paddock Shop does have what you need. Speaking of the Paddock Shop, don't forget, right now through 2 o'clock, David Hobbs and Bert Levy signing their books And also, if there are any still supplies left, there's a couple of magazines that you can pick up for free. Racer Magazine, Automobilia, and I believe Vintage Motorsport over there. And then, of course, the VSCDA Regalia tent over by the concourse near Victory Lane, right behind Colin Comer's. We were just talking about this off air, but Colin Comer, of course, from Colin's Classic Autos, a huge sponsor of the racetrack here at Road America, as well as this Fall Vintage Festival with Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. But Colin, that Bronco, fully restored, just an amazing piece over there in the paddock area as well. That's been collecting a lot of photographs from a lot of people all weekend long. So it's great to see Colin put some of his cars on display as well. The new Bronco as well.
Yeah, it's right next to the brand new Bronco. Yeah,
that's pretty cool to see. But Colin was on Jim Trado's Racing Roundup show last night with Jessica Jonk, and both of them talking about their races scheduled for this weekend. Colin, a little bit unfamiliar territory with a little smaller displacement car this weekend. So, yeah, that's right, Colin. You can hear it. It's so drifty. But no, it was a good show. He and Jessica were great guests for Jim, and Brad Dahmer on the show from D&H Rental in Sheboygan. So it was a good time last night down in the Bulletproof Motorsports garage stall last night, and part of the smoker party. So it was a good night last night, but all in good fun. Colin, thank you so much for what you do for us here at Road America, as well as with the VSCDA. But it is lunch break, and we'll get the Women in Motorsports on track coming up at 1 o'clock, so enjoy your lunch. Touring up next. And race fans, don't forget the 2023 season pass on sale now at roadamerica.com. Don't wait. Pricing goes up Monday. Pricing right now, today and tomorrow only for the 2023 season pass for Road America, just $490 right now at roadamerica.com. Starting Monday, early bird pricing goes up to $520 for the season pass. If you wait until October 3rd, it goes up to $560, and regular pricing in January begins for $645. So don't wait. Get your season passes right now. roadamerica.com, $490 per season pass through tomorrow. Prices go up on Monday. Don't miss it. And if you signed up for the celebrity rides, please make your way to the south side of the tunnel near the pit wall, pit entrance. Once again, if you signed up for the celebrity rides, please begin making your way to the tunnel at this time on the main straight, right off of pit lane near Victory Lane. So once again, celebrity ride participants, please make your way to the south side of the infield tunnel here on the main straightaway.
Welcome all the spectators taking part in the track touring going on right now. And once again, just a reminder, if you'd like to take part in the celebrity touring rides by some of our Women of Motorsports VIPs here this weekend, the line to form that is at the south side of the tunnel. It's right by Victory Circle. That's where the sign up begins. We'd like to give a huge welcome to all the Ariens employees, family, and friends with us here on site this weekend for the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend. Thank you for joining us and sponsoring this event. Thank you so much to all the family and friends and employees of Ariens. May I have your attention, please? We have a car that needs to be moved. It's in a campsite near turn 4. It is a gray Toyota, Wisconsin license ARC 4695. Once again, this is in a campsite near turn 4. A gray Toyota needs to be moved. Wisconsin license plate A as in Apple, R as in Robert, C as in Charlie, 4695. Please move it. Thank you.
We are 15 minutes away from the top of the 1 o'clock hour. If you are participating in the race at 1 o'clock, make your way to the grid now, please. Please go to the grid. 15-minute call to the grid. 15-minute call to the grid for our women in motorsports for groups 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Basically everyone except for pre-war. Race with the women of motorsports at 1 o'clock. 15 minutes to the grid. Please make your way to the grid now. It is time to go racing this afternoon.
Attention in the paddock for those of you signed up for the Race with Women in Motorsports coming up. The 5-minute warning has been given on the grid. Once again, if you're taking part in the Race with Women in Motorsports, the 5-minute warning is on the grid.
Final call to the grid for Race with the Women of Motorsports. Final call to the grid.
Well, this has come together sort of at the last minute. The original plan was this was going to be the women-only women with motorsports race, but with only 4 entries, they decided to open it to all comers. So we have as many as 58 cars taking part in this. The open wheel cars are going to be in the first wave, and then the closed wheel cars in the second wave. It looks like we've got from Group 7, Jeffrey Antonelli in the 71. Daniel Hayes in the number 92. In Group 4, the 66 of James Buchanan, the 112 of Anthony Freston, the 271 of Doug Bruce, the 174 of Leo Ahern. Stand by. Benjamin Holdsam in the number 3. Car number 29, Don Carone. Terry Scholke in the number 84. David Swope in Group 2, the 69. Heather Barron in Group 4, the 821. And then the Formula V number 5 of Michael Westerfield, William Gill in the 07, Debbie Mayer in the 51, Thomas Gill in the 182. And then we get the closed wheel cars, Kevin Leparsky in the 262, Skip Pfeffer in the Sports 2 number 98, Andy Jacobs in the 34, who was one of the front runners in yesterday's Enduro, Tom Roberts in the 213, Charles Duncan in the 891, Joel Quadracci in car number 44, Scott Graham in the 169, Damon DeSantis and David Hinton sharing the driving in the number 82, Lisa Hansen in car 110, Dean DeSantis in car 33, Dawn Fisher in the number 121, Chip Boatwright in the 113, Kathy Blaha in car number 40, Jessica Junk, I'm guessing, in the number 128, Pat O'Hara in car 143, Gary Beresford in car 08, Julie Dahmer in the 118, Michael Tomei in the 93, John Rockensees in the 21, car 6 is Jerry Gruss, car 46, Edward Hinsa, car 60, Robbie Gorolnik, car 132, Deborah Briscoe, car 28, David Ames, car 107, Leah Bauer, car 20 is John Jarvis, car 39 is Tom Miller, and the 441 is Karen Mina Jacobson. We believe that's all the cars that have come across the line. If we missed anybody, we'll make it up as we go along.
We've made careers out of doing that, John.
Absolutely. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. That's what I always say.
But it's been great to have the celebrity guests here this weekend.
You bet.
They had a little bit of a nice little get-together last night here in the VIP Center right at the end of the day, just kind of talking about their experiences, and kind of interesting to listen to that conversation a little bit before we left the end of the day yesterday.
As I mentioned yesterday, Sabra Cook and I had the chance to share the dais on the big screen, basically, for the Miami Grand Prix this past year, and got to know Sabra pretty well, and we had a good time doing that, along with Greg Kramer. But Lynn St. James, of course, needs no introduction to anybody who follows motorsports. Multiple-time starter at the Indianapolis 500, one of the most decorated women in motorsports from the U.S., Victoria Thomas, Cindy Lux could not be with us this weekend, but she was on the agenda. Pam Shawtraw, of course, a familiar name. Barb Neverall and Connie Insing, all part of our VIPs of the Women in Motorsports, the honored guests. They will be at a wine reception this evening for all the women at the track. And dinner and banquet at the Tufte Center coming up tonight at 8:45. Lights are out on the safety car, we're told.
And we are getting our race weekend underway yesterday already, with at least one Enduro in the book. So this will be our first race of our Saturday.
First of the sprint races today. It looks like it's going to be an 18-minute timed race. The Enduro yesterday was 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. So that shuffled the order up just a bit, but we had a grandstand finish at the end with the top three cars duking it out, leaving Canada corner, and only one of them survived coming to the line. So we'll see.
And it didn't look like there was any contact, which was the good thing.
Yep. And the green flag is out for our open wheel contingent. They are in the first wave. And there is a couple Sports 2000s in that wave, so not technically open wheel. And then the best of the closed wheel contingent still making its way up the field, hill.
The open wheel contingent, 2x2 as they cross the Ariens tunnel. And again, welcome to the friends and family members for the Ariens company with us this weekend. Always a pleasure to have them with us.
Absolutely, and especially this weekend for the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend.
And safety car on pit lane for wave number 2 as they rise the hill.
Lisa Hansen on the pole in her very familiar orange over white Porsche 911. And the green flag flies for that wave. Right next to Lisa, the number 40 car of Kathy Blaha. So a couple of the women right at the front. As the open wheel cars making their way down, hurry downs toward turn number 8 on this first lap. Lisa Hansen jumps to the lead among the closed wheel cars as they head over the Ariens tunnel down into turn number 3.
Yeah, we had about 61 cars entered in, and less than that, I would assume about 35 have taken the green flag here until we'll verify that again once they come back through to complete lap number 1 in this 18-minute time to race.
Like I say, this came together very quickly, and so there's just a bit of confusion about how these cars are gridded, but they will sort themselves out, no question. Down into Canada corner comes the lead cars. Looks like a couple of the Sports 2000s making their way to the front. And the open wheel cars right behind.
Pushing up a little bit of kitty litter that was occurred during the track touring. And we'll complete lap number 1.
First of the cars across the line, Kevin Leparski in the number 262 Sports 2. Charles Duncan in the 891 right behind him. First of the open wheel cars, Michael Tomei in the number 93. Then Daniel Hayes in the Group 7, number 92. Anthony Freston in the vintage Formula 4. Doug Bruce in the 271. Leo Ahern in 7th. David Swope is 8th. Terry Schulke in the 9th spot in the number 84.
And now we wait for the rest of the second wave to come through.
There's William Gill in the first of the Formula Vs. He crosses the line in 10th. And then I think that's the end of the open wheel contingent. Open wheel with a couple Sports 2000s thrown in for good measure. Lisa Hansen well out in front of the sedan group. No surprise. Lisa, a very accomplished racer. As she is in 11th position and first in class of the Group 8 cars.
The Jessica Jonk in the 128. And Kathy Blaha in third.
Jessica in that BMW 325i that she and her dad Jeff share. Gary Beresford in the 4th spot among the sedans. John Rockensees, Larry Lunda, Robbie Gorolnik, Pat O'Hara, Edward Hinsa, and Tom Miller. Your top 20. Lisa Hansen should run down William Gill pretty quickly. She's lapping significantly faster. So she'll begin to lap her way up through the open wheel cars. Based on her lap time, she could get as high as second before this one is over. As the two Sports 2s come by, well out in front. Kevin Leparski leading Charles Duncan by just about 2 seconds.
And Lisa Hansen, by the way, no stranger to multi-class racing here at Road America and always quick with traffic in most situations.
You bet. Michael Tomei still in the 3rd spot in that number 93. Daniel Hayes in 4th. Anthony Freston, Doug Bruce, Leo Ahern all by the line. So the top 7 from the first wave.
Right about 12 minutes remaining here. 6 minutes gone by. 18 minutes the distance for the race with women of motorsports.
There's Lisa Hansen up to 9th overall now. She's about 13 seconds behind Terry Schulke in the Group 4 Vintage Formula Ford. And on this last lap, almost 20 seconds a lap faster. So considering the big head start that the first wave had, Lisa's doing a great job running them down. And she is clearly the class of the field from the second wave, taking nothing away from Jessica Jonk. Kathy Blaha in that orange number 4911. The top 3 women doing a great job in front of the sedan group. Good battle at the front as Leparski and Duncan nose to tail. About a quarter of a second separated those two as they crossed the stripe. Bending it through turn 1 over the Ariens tunnel just now. Here they come down into turn 3. Leparski still with the lead.
Duncan attacking though.
They've already caught the back of the field, so they'll have traffic to contend with as we're coming close to half distance here. We're about 8 minutes into the 18-minute race.
Working through the Moraine sweep. Leaders work through some lap traffic going into turn 5 into the braking zone. Duncan backing off just a little bit, taking a little bit of an abnormal line around one of the slower Miatas here. Duncan about maybe 6 or 7 car lengths adrift of your leader, Kevin Leparski, the 262 and the 891 battle for the top spot. Through Hurry Downs into turn 8 now. Downhill, left-hander. On the power, a little bit wider for Leparski than Duncan, so Duncan scrubs off a little bit more speed. Kind of closing the corner exit off, and the gap is widened a bit. So you can tell a little bit of difference in technique there coming out of turn 8, going into turn 9 with a gaggle of cars in front of your leaders now. Back markers, there's about 5 or 6 of them now.
Yeah, a big line of them. They've caught the back of the open wheel brigade, and they're working their way through that bit of traffic. Lisa Hansen has moved up another spot in the overall. She's up to 8th now, about 17 seconds behind Leo Ahern in the Formula Ford number 174. As we're into the second half of this one.
Your leaders are now nose to gearbox through 13. They had no cars in between them, and Duncan kind of got hung up behind one of the smaller displacement sports cars. Looks like that's one of the Datsuns.
Yeah, then he's got a bathtub Porsche that he's dispatching right now as they make the climb up the hill.
And stuck, looks like, behind a Formula V right now here in the main straight.
Leparski across the line. Duncan weaving his way through traffic. Almost exactly 1 second separating the top two. As they'll have some clear air here pretty shortly once they break loose of this gaggle of cars. They got 2 more to pass, and then they'll have an opportunity to get back at it. Duncan taking advantage of the traffic now, and he's right back on Leparski's tail down into turn 3.
One of the runted BMWs.
Actually, just in front, that's a Datsun 510, I believe, that they're going by under the Sargento Bridge.
It looks like they should have cleared underneath Sargento into the Marine Sweep now with another one of our open wheel cars.
Michael Tomei and Daniel Hayes having a good battle, too. They're in 2 different classes. Tomei in the 93, Hayes in the 92. They're separated by just over a second. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th. They're the leaders of the open wheel contingent.
Duncan, your new leader, around Leparski now through Hurry Downs into turn 8. So Duncan used that traffic going into turn 5 and captured the lead. So the 891 Charles Duncan now out front. Kevin Leparski about a car length and a half back. And much different entry lines into the carousel again. Leparski letting that car whisk wide on the exit of 8. Duncan kind of very controlled, middle of the road entry into turn 9 into the carousel. And Leparski falling adrift now. So Duncan put some pressure on through the lap traffic, and now Duncan with some clean air able to move along.
Down into Canada corner. Leparski closes up under braking as they head for the Billy Mitchell Bend.
Through Thunder Valley, the right, left, right complex, Billy Mitchell Bend. And now enter into turn 14 to rise the Road America straightaway.
Meanwhile, from the second wave, Lisa Hansen still in the 8th spot, but she shaved almost 10 seconds off the lead of Leo Ahern. Following this lead battle, as they're working their way down toward turn 3 and beginning to encounter traffic again. So Duncan with the lead. Charles Duncan out of Cottage Grove, Wisconsin in the 1990 Lola Sports 2000. Kevin Leparski in the 262 out of Hoffman Estates, Illinois in the newer 2004 Carver. Nose to tail once again as this battle continues to heat up. Leparski not going away quietly.
Well, what advantage Duncan had in the clean air is now abruptly changing that they've caught some more back markers.
Yep.
Duncan being patient with the back markers, which in club racing, you're typically a little bit more of a gentlemanly point and go around even the back marker traffic, even in race conditions, especially with the vintage groups. But these two, quite a little bit of a tussle at the front of the field. Saw it yesterday as well.
In the Enduro, yeah, absolutely.
Coming down to the final 3.5 minutes in the race with women in motorsports. Lisa Hansen, 5th overall.
She's picked up 2 more spots as she continues her charge to the front. Her lap times, her best lap, a 2:35.8, is the 3rd fastest lap on the racetrack. Save the 2 leaders, she is the 2nd fastest car, 3rd fastest car, as the battle for the overall lead coming up the hill.
Leparski did look to the inside going into 14, wisely backed out, tried to rotate through the corner, and is now in the tow here in the front straightaway.
We should see the white flag next time by.
Leparski to the inside. They're going to go side by side into turn 1. Leparski to the inside, Duncan to the outside. Leparski with a tighter apex entry. He's going to scrub a little bit of speed off, but does take the lead back. Leparski with a lead change into turn 1 across the Ariens tunnel now into turn 3.
Duncan right there on his gearbox as they make it through turn number 3, drifting out right out to the edge of the Gator's Teeth as they head for the Sargento Bridge. And down the hill to turn 5, probably the best passing opportunity. I don't think Duncan's quite close enough on this run, but Leparski definitely made up some ground on the long front straightaway, so he's got that car trimmed out maybe a little better.
And Duncan back to the front through the Marine sweep.
Exactly. I think he got caught out by a slower car as they encountered some traffic right in the middle. Climbing the hill under the Corvette Bridge. There they are at turn 7, or turn 6, excuse me, on the way to turn 7, and they've got more traffic in front as they head toward Hurry Downs.
Towards turn 8, probably one of the more underrated corners here at Road America. It is so critical to get through here good because it builds your momentum in that long downhill run to the bottom of turn 12 at Canada Corner. Duncan continues to lead Leparski. Again, 2 vastly different lines by about a car length width into the carousel. Duncan carrying a little bit more speed on exit through turn 10 underneath the Henry Repeating Arms Bridge, now to the kink with a lapped car between them. And that was the move that Duncan needed to try to keep Leparski behind him.
I think we'll most likely see the white flag. As these two exiting Canada Corner. Through turn 13, down into the final turn. Leading on to the front straightaway. Traffic in front they'll probably catch before the end of the straightaway. But that little encounter with traffic right at the kink came at the worst possible time for Kevin Leparski. And he has got a mountain to climb here on the final lap.
2 lap cars look like 2 sprites in between until we get to turn 1 as Leparski now around the lap traffic.
White flag not shown here at start finish, so I don't know if they missed it or if we're going to go beyond the 18-minute time limit.
Sprint race group number 1 would be next on the docket here. So group 1 to the grid, please. Group 1 to the grid, please. Leparski not giving up here.
No question, yeah. He appears to be closing down at the line. It was about 2.5 seconds. I'm guessing it's a little better than that now. Just over a second separates the two of them as they come down into turn number 8 and head for the carousel under the Speedville Bridge.
Should be getting the white flag for Charles Duncan this time through. Duncan Leparski now separated by about 7 or 8 car lengths through the kink into Kettle Bottoms. Looks like Lynn St. James is going to be the one throwing the checkered flag here. And this should be the battle for the lead. Leparski within 2 car lengths now. Leparski going to get a toad, and Duncan pulls to the right. Duncan going to pit lane. Leparski will inherit the lead on the final go-around. Problems for Duncan on the straightaway.
Leparski all by himself under the line to see the white flag. He's got 1 lap to go and a huge lead. As Charles Duncan with a problem on the final lap.
Not to make light of Duncan's problem, but it sounds like it's dead stick. Maybe they guessed wrong on the fuel with the extra minute or two on the end of the race. That extra lap or two could have been a fuel shortage.
Absolutely, yeah. Now the question is, does Kevin Leparski have enough fuel?
Yeah. Would be a misjudgment on the fill
in
that situation. But Leparski now working traffic through Sargento. Final lap for Kevin Leparski. Did have the fastest lap of the race last time through, 2:23.462. Lisa Hansen promoted up into that 3rd or 4th spot now.
Yeah, we're thinking she's in 3rd, which is about where we expected her to end up. She's not come across the line to complete her 8th racing lap just yet, so she's still well adrift of the 2 Sports 2000s at the front. But Charles Duncan will relinquish his, he's currently still shown as 2nd on the scoring monitor, but he'll relinquish that when Lisa Hansen comes by. But meanwhile, Kevin Leparski, plain sailing out in front. Assuming he's got enough fuel to get to the end, he is all by himself.
Leparski now in the kink.
Michael Tomei comes by. He is still in 3rd in the 93. But Leparski all alone now. No traffic in front. Into turn 14 for the final time. There's Lisa Hansen in 4th. She's being shown in 3rd for some reason. But no question about the winner as Lynn St. James with the checkered flag in hand shows it to Kevin Leparski, who takes the win in the number 262 Sports 2000.
Both races so far this weekend, John, have had surprise endings on the last lap.
Absolutely, yeah.
So maybe that's what we're in for the next 2 days.
Yeah, I wouldn't
be okay with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I love surprise endings. As Leparski and Duncan having a great battle all race long, but Duncan pulls in just as the white flag was coming out. We just conjecture on our part that he might have been short of fuel, or maybe he's in the in the next race and he had to get in to change cars. Who knows?
But an interesting ending, nevertheless, for the race with women of motorsports.
There's the 40 of Kathy Blaha as she takes the checkered flag in 8th position. 76 of Larry Lunda across the line. Jessica Jonk also seeing the checkered flag. Jessica finishing in the 10th position. Terry Scholke in the 84 finishing 9th. Gary Beresford in the Datsun B210 across the line in 13th spot. There's the 93 of Michael Tomei. And next to the line should be Lisa Hansen. On the podium, it looks like. There she is. Lisa Hansen, her last lap was her fastest at 2:35.7. And had she had another couple laps, she could have run down Michael Tomei, I think, and gotten up to second. But well done for Lisa.
Lisa is a master at working through traffic. Very honestly, she does this a lot in the multi-class races here. She loves running the enduros here, runs an awful lot of laps throughout the entire season, every year here at Road America. A classy driver, no question about that, but she is a master of traffic here at Road America. This track suits that Porsche very well, of course, but it's easy to do when you've got a great car. But she's a great driver, and not a surprise at all to see her do well here at a multi-class quick race group here at America's National Park of Speed.
Kevin Leparsky down the pit lane celebrating the win as he waves to his supporters and his crew. As this race that really kind of came together at the last minute. No shortage of entertainment. So just a quick rundown. Kevin Leparsky, your winner. Lisa Hansen now being shown finishing in second. For whatever reason, the Tomei car dropping down the order to 20th. So I don't know whether a penalty was assessed. Not quite sure. Anthony Preston being shown in the third spot in the 112. Vintage Formula Ford. Charles Duncan in the 891 Sports 2 will be credited with 5th place despite retiring a lap early. Doug Bruce in the 271 Vintage Formula Ford in 6th. Leo Ahern in the 174 was 7th. Kathy Blaha in the 40 Porsche is 8th. Terry Scholke in the 84 was 9th. Jessica Jonk comes home with a top 10 finish. Larry Lunda just behind in the 76 car. So an entertaining start to the afternoon of sprint races. The balance of them will be a little more organized, we hope, as Group 1, the pre-war group, gets the first bite of the apple as their sprint race scheduled to start in about 5 minutes' time.
Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our food and beverage partners, Sargento Cheese, Johnsonville, Pepsi, Lakeside Bottling, Anheuser-Busch, Larry's Distributing, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Torquay Coffee, and Palermo's Pizza. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. Optima Batteries, the official battery. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner. Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner. Soundhouse, the official hearing protection partner. Our fire and safety sponsors, Hall Matro, AMR, Creed Truck Center, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf cart provider of Road America. Eden Stone of Valders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer of Road America. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner. Quick Trip, the official convenience stores. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. The University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, Lift X, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Ariens. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. And a huge welcome to all the Ariens employees, family, and friends with us on site this weekend. Thank you for joining us and sponsoring this classic event, the Ariens Art on Wheels Weekend at America's National Park of Speed. 5-minute call to the grid, 5-minute and final call to the grid. Chevrolet is honored you chose to serve our country with your bravery and strength. Let us say thank you with the most inclusive military offer from any car company. Open to active duty, reservists, National Guard members, veterans, retirees, and their spouses. You can save $500 off most new Chevrolet vehicles. Visit gmmilitaryappreciation.com to learn more. And learn that Wisconsin drives Chevy. Brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. From motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Catalyst Exhibits is the official exhibit and design service of Road America. If trade shows and events are part of your business, Catalyst can take you to the winner's circle. Follow the link on Road America's website and get started today. Not only is Wisconsin home to America's National Park of Speed, but it's also home to America's leading lever-action rifle and shotgun manufacturer, Henry Repeating Arms. From backyard plinking to home defense to deer hunting in the woods of Wisconsin, Henry offers a rifle or shotgun for every budget that are all proudly made in America or not made at all. If you don't yet own one or want to add another to your collection, Henry invites you to visit them online at henryusa.com to order a free catalog and 2 free decals. With over 200 different models to choose from, you're sure to find something you'll be proud to own. That's henryusa.com. Quick Trip, proud partner of Road America, is hiring part-time and full-time positions with unlimited career opportunity potential. Quick Trip, a family-owned company, offers competitive pay, great benefits, and 40% profit sharing. Visit quicktrip.jobs today to start your application. If you like things that go fast, then you should try the Absorber. Nothing dries your car faster. It's available where better car care products are sold, including at the Paddock Gift Shop right here at Road America.
We have a total of 21 cars eligible from Group 1. These are the pre-war cars. Actually, pre-war is a little bit of a misnomer. We do have some cars as old as 1952, 53, but this is the moderate speed cars in Group Class A and the higher speed cars in Class B. 5 cars have not yet turned a lap this weekend, so we're not sure if they'll be in the field, but they would be the number 77 of John Welch in his 48 MGTC, the 36 of Lou Nathanshon, Lou in the 54 MGTF, car number 19, Sanford Silverberg in a 1929 Ford Model A, the 18 of Charles Klinger in a 1951 MGTD Roadster, and Robert Weinstein in car number 4, which is a 1955 MGTF 1500. Now for the drivers who have turned a time, David Watts in the number 237. That is the oldest competition car here this weekend, a 1923 Amilcar Special. Next up is the 261 of John Ulrich in a 1933 Buick Indy Roadster, finished 5th in the 33 Indy 500. Car 26 is Robert Heiner. Robert in a 1947 MGTD. Car number 7 is Robert Ritholtz in a 1953 Morgan Plus 4. Car 351 is Dennis Holloway in a 1951 MGTD. Car 10, William Lane in a 1947 MGTC. Car 53 is Douglas Stewart in a 1935 Riley Special, a very unusual British car. Car number 141 is Christopher Holloway. Christopher in a 1952 MGTF. Car 5 is Patrick Morse in a 1953 MGTD. Car 470 is Mark Brandow. Mark in a 1947 MGTC. The 05 is Edmund Russ. He is in a 1953 MGTC. The 56 is Glenn Moore, driving a 1955 MGTF. The 915 is Edson McCord, starting outside of row 2. Edson in a 52 MGTD. Car 62 is Brad Tank in a 1950 MGTD. And on the front row, car number 17, Norbert Breeze in a 51 Morgan Plus 4. Beautiful burgundy color. And your pole sitter, and he's been fastest all weekend long, is car number 66, Rex Barrett in a 1933 Ford Indy Racer. That car did not qualify for the 1933 Indianapolis 500. It was driven by Doc Williams back in the day. But Rex has been quick all weekend long in that car, and almost 20 seconds a lap faster than his nearest competitors. Safety car with the field, just now making its way through the carousel turn. The white 66 of Rex Barrett. On the pole. I think it's the 53 of Douglas Stewart lined up next to him. Again, I think there may have been some shuffling of the grid based on the speed potential of some of these cars. Safety car down into Canada corner as the field begins to form up 2 by 2. Norbert Breeze and Brad Tank, I believe, in that second row. Breeze, the quickest of the Morgans. Down at the bottom of the hill, into and out of turn 14 as they begin the climb for this 16-minute race. Field nicely formed up. The Emil car, I think, is bringing up the rear, but no surprise, it's the oldest car here. Almost 100 years old. 1923, it'll be 100 years old next year. The field saluting the corner workers as they crest the top of the hill. The starter yet to show the green flag. And there it is, the green flag flies. And we are away. It is the 53 and the 66, Douglas Stewart and Rex Barrett at the front. Norbert Breeze and Brad Tank right behind. Glenn Moore and Edson McCord across the stripe. Edmund Ross, Christopher Holloway, Mark Brandau, and Patrick Morse as they make the run down to turn 1. Already single file. And in the early going here, Douglas Stewart taking the point over Rex Barrett. Over the Ariens tunnel, down into turn number 3. Stewart with the lead. And I believe that's Norbert Breeze right in line with them in the third spot. Out of turn 3 and down the hill toward the Sargento Bridge, side-by-side racing. And there goes Rex Barrett into the front. As that Indycar with a little better straight line speed, I'm guessing, than Douglas Stewart in the number 53. That Riley Special is a British-based car. It's got the Riley 9 engine, very much ahead of its time back in the early 30s. It was a hemispherical combustion chamber, twin cam engine back in the day. In the 1934 24 Hours of Le Mans, Riley 9s finished 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th. So it was a very potent machine in its day. Field a little bit strung out as they are down into turn number 8. The MGs and the Morgans making up the majority of this field. Rex Barrett way out in front. He's already into the kink. course, the Indy racers, I'm not sure of that vintage, but certainly in later years were destined only to turn left. So the right-hand corners can be a bit of a challenge. Down into Canada corner. Our third and fourth place battle continues, as Norbert Breeze and Brad Tank having a nice little dice between the two of them. Rex Barrett climbing the hill. As we have dropped the 53 of Douglas Stewart, he has not come by our vantage point here, as he has fallen off the pace at some point here. As Rex Barrett across the line all alone. And then it's the 17 of Breeze, the 62 of Tank. And the 915 of Edson McCord. The 56 and the 05 side by side, Glenn Moore and Edmund Russ. Then Christopher Holloway in the 141. So Douglas Stewart, who actually had the lead through turn number 1 and down through turn 3, has fallen off the pace here somewhere. Mark Brandau and Patrick Morse, 8th and 9th. Robert Weinstein in the number 4 is 10th. William Lane in car 10 in the 11th spot. And the 351 of Dennis Holloway. So the battle for second is the closest one on the track. Breeze and Tank having a nice little battle. The 261 of John Ulrich across in 15th spot. Norbert Breeze climbing the hill under the Corvette Bridge up into turn 6. Brad Tank maybe about 5 car lengths back as they work their way into turn 7. Norbert Breeze once again in the 1951 Morgan Plus 4. That was the first Morgan with hydraulic brakes. A 2-liter, about 2.1 liter motor. But he is being hounded by the 62 MGTD of Brad Tank. And Tank is right there. In fact, Tank trying to take the outside pass in the carousel and gets it done. So that Morgan not handling quite as well as the MG. And Tank now up into second spot overall as they come to the kink. Yeah, just getting word from the corner marshals that the 53 of Douglas Stewart, who led early, pulled off track right there at turn 5 and into the paddock. So an early technical problem for that car. But Brad Tank and Norman Breeze having a good battle at the very front of the, shall we say, the streetcar field, as the Rex Barrett Indycar never was destined for street work, but these Morgans and MGs certainly were. Let's see if Norbert Breeze has anything for Tank. There's Rex Barrett across the line, resetting fast lap of the race, just as the other two completing lap number 2 climb the hill. And here comes Norbert Breeze. That Morgan has got some grunt on the straightaway. And he is going to take the lead once again. So Brad Tank struggling just a bit to keep up on the long straights, but that car is handling better as Tank was able to drive around the outside of Breeze at the carousel turn. Edson McCord in a lonely 4th spot in that number 915 MGTD. Staying with this battle between Breeze and Tank. Breeze still with the advantage. Through turn 3 and under the Sargento Bridge they head. Breeze out in front. At the line, it was about a half a second. I'm guessing it's maybe a little more than that now. And like I say, on the straight bits, Breeze seems to have the advantage with that +4 Morgan. Sounds like we've got a car off just outside of our camera view at turn 8. The 26 is the car, we understand. 261 of John Ulrich, I believe, is the one that's off there. Ulrich was slow last time by, and no surprise, maybe an issue of some kind for that Buick Indy Roadster. So this is where the advantage went to Brad Tank as they're coming down Hurry Downs toward turn number 8. And Norbert Breeze and the Morgan unable to hold Tank back once they got into the carousel. Let's see if it's a repeat story here this time. As we're into the second half of this race, working race lap number 3. Breeze holding his own for the moment, but Tank getting ever closer through the carousel. As we can see, the 261 there of Ulrich being attended to by the safety marshals, waiting for the field to come by before they pull him out of harm's way. Rex Barrett long gone as the battle we've been following. No change this time by as they come down toward Canada Corner. So Tank unable to make up all the ground he lost on the straightaway, but he's definitely closed it down to about 5 car lengths, maybe a little less, as they exit Canada and work their way toward the right of Billy Mitchell Bend. Meanwhile, Rex Barrett begins the climb up the hill. His last lap was his fastest, a 3:12.6. Let's see if he goes even quicker this time by. You can see Brad Tank driving that car hard as he's drifting it through turn 14. Climbing the hill. There goes Barrett. Not quite as quick on this lap as he was a lap ago. They're have already caught the 237 of David Watts in that 1923, 99-year-old Amel car. I think we're going to go white flag next time by. So no drama at the front. And this time, Norbert Breeze with the lead at the bottom of the hill, able to stretch it down the straightaway. And I may be mistaken, but I do believe that they are catching Rex Barrett. Barrett's last lap was a 3:30. His fastest lap was a 3:12. So Barrett off the pace a little bit. Norbert Breeze just set his personal best at a 3:20, almost 10 seconds a lap quicker. So we might have a change for the overall lead here. I think it was a sort of a foregone conclusion that Barrett was going to take the win as he's been so dominant. But his last lap, he definitely was slowing, and Breeze is catching him through turn 5 down at the bottom of the hill, and then they begin the climb up to turn 6 under the Corvette Bridge. As we've got a lap and a half to go in this one. And if Barrett is having to relax his pace, perhaps it's overheating. I don't know, just a guess on my part. If he's having to relax his pace, Breeze has a real chance at the overall win here.
Only had a 7.6 second lead, so 10 seconds a lap. 1 lap to go yet when they come to the line. There is plenty enough time for Breeze and Tank to get there.
Yeah, and Tank is making up some ground as well as he's closing down on Breeze. Just as it looked like Breeze was going to coast away into the sunset, Brad Tank in the MG beginning to close the ground. So the ebb and flow of these old cars, not surprising. as Barrett appears to be back on the pace as he comes through the kink. So maybe it was just a momentary issue for Rex Barrett in the lead car, as Norbert Breeze appeared to be on the move, and now Tank is side by side with Breeze. He's caught him again, and Tank's retaken second spot. Oh, no, he hasn't. I'm sorry. But he's right on his back bumper as they head down into the braking zone at Canada Corner. Breeze in the Morgan with the advantage. Tank in the MG right on his wheel tracks. As they're into the Billy Mitchell bend, Tank looking for a way around. Not quite able to get it done here.
The Morgan tends to have a little bit more pull off of the corner, a little bit more grunt, but the MG tends to be a little bit faster in the top end. So kind of opposite perspective for these two cars, but that MG carries a little bit more speed center off for just a moment.
Yep.
Rex Barrett going to get the white silk here.
Barrett back down to a 3:16, so a little closer to his optimal lap time. But this battle between Breeze and Tank is not done. Breeze does seem to have the straight line advantage, but on that last lap, Tank was a second quicker. So perhaps he's been keeping something in the tank for the final lap here. Down into turn one they come. Barrett appears to be comfortable in the lead now, back up to about 10 seconds worth. But this is the section of track where Breeze should be able to open up a little bit of an advantage in the Morgan. But once they get down to turn 5, then that's Brad Tank territory, where the nimbleness of that MG is able to make up ground. So let's see if he's got enough time to make a go of it here. He's going to need to get around Breeze and build up a little bit of a cushion before they get to turn 14, because Breeze's superior straight line speed will make it pretty easy for him to get down up the straightaway, shall we say, and to the line first. You can see the advantage that he's built up just in that run there at turn 5, but here's where Brad Tank may be able to start making up ground as they climb the hill under the Corvette Bridge for the final time. Just as they enter turn 6, the leader, Rex Barrett, is exiting turn 7. Breeze and Tank battling for second position. Down into turn number 8. Brad Tank's a little further back than he was the lap he was able to make the pass, so I don't know if he's got the opportunity to do it, but they head under the Speedville Bridge. About 2 seconds separates the two of them. Tank getting ever closer as they work their way through the long carousel turn. Heading for the kink. Tank is closing. Kettle bottoms for the final time, as our leader will catch the back of the pack, as he is just now coming into Canada Corner. And then here comes the battle we've been watching. Brad Tank able to close right down on Breeze as they exit Canada Corner. Tank getting a good run through Canada, is right on his back bumper. Barrett on his way to the checkered flag, but this battle for second is not done. And they've got a slower car in front of them. Rex Barrett through 14 for the final time. And here comes the battle for the win. Behind, Tank tucks in the draft, such as it is.
And that Morgan just has so much more corner exit speed in a straight line, a little bit more grunt off the corner, and Brad just not able to capitalize on a good run into 14.
No doubt.
Beautifully done, though.
Oh, yeah.
Perfectly executed race by those two, just duking it out, using the cars to the best of their ability. That was a great race between Breeze and Tank for second and third. It was a great race for Group 1.
Absolutely. And we had a pretty good battle a little deeper in the pack as well between Christopher Holloway in the 141 and Edmund Russ in the 05. They were only separated by 3 seconds last time by. But Edison McCord takes the fourth place honors as he comes across the line in the 915 MGTD. Next up, we expect Glenn Moore in the 56 MGTF out of DeLand, Florida. He was well adrift of the lead four. And he's coming up the hill as we speak. There he is across the line. Christopher Holloway, not that far back in the number 141 MG TF. Then the 05 of Edmund Russ in the 53 MGTC. Actually, it's a TD. Rounding out the top 10, we expect the number 4 of Robert Weinstein in his 55 MGTF. Mark Brando in the number 470 47 TC. And Patrick Morse in the 5 MGTD. There is the 4 of Robert Weinstein in the 8 spot. .470 of Brandau finishing 9th. And the final car in the top 10. Patrick Morse, at least on his last lap, set the fastest, his fastest personal best. Let's see if he can do that again. Group 8 is next up. And there's the 10 car of William Lane, the 351 of Dennis Holloway getting around Patrick Morse on the last lap. So Holloway finishing in the 11th spot. Group 8 next up.
Final minute before we get sprint race group number 8 underway here for the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend featuring the VSCDA and HSR. I want to thank those HSR competitors for joining us this weekend as well at this beautiful facility. Cloud cover starting to get a little bit more dense. Still pretty humid out there, but it is 77 degrees here in beautiful Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, part of Wisconsin's legendary getaway. Group 8 next on the docket.
We've got a handful of cars that did not turn times in practice. Scott Albers in the number 146 Datsun, the 122 Alfa Romeo of Rob Davenport, the 43 Porsche of Gregory Buckley, the 37 Porsche of Giles Boyer, the 35 Datsun of Greg Wold, the 16 Porsche of Steve Grundahl, the 08 Datsun of Gary Beresford. Did not turn times, nor did John Coyle in the number 510 Datsun, 510. Of the cars who did turn times, John Peckard in the 43rd starting position in the number 662 Toyota MR2. The 05 is Jeffrey Cohen in the BMW 2002. Car 96 is David School in a Saab Sonnet. Car 25 is Chris McGrath in an MGC. Chip Van Sant is in car number 52 in an Alfa Romeo GT Jr. The 97 is Mark School in another Saab Sonnet. The 121 is Jeff Butzer in a Porsche 914-4. Car 56 is Patrick McManus in another MGC GT. Glenn Stazak is in car number 189, a Porsche 914-6. The 51 is David Hupchen in a 1964 Volvo Amazon 122S. Car 241 is Keith Pickard in a Datsun 240Z. Car 125 is John Wheeler in a 1974 Alfa Romeo GTV. The 06 is Scott Birkland in a 69 Porsche 911. Car 27 is Jason Ostrowski in a 69 Triumph GT6 Plus. Car 39 is Tom Miller in a 72 Datsun 240Z. The 46 is Edward Hinsa in a 72 Datsun 510. Car 140 is Kevin McNiff in a 74 Opel Manta. Car 53 is Timothy Holmes in a 1971 Datsun 240Z. 132 is Deborah Briscoe in a BMW 2002. Car 240, Bill Oates in a Datsun 240Z. The 141 is John Dorwalt in a Porsche 914. Car 681 is Noah Hurwitz in a Datsun 510. Car 118 is Dan Gerweiler in a Triumph GT6. Car 50, Mike Bessick in an Alfa Romeo Duetto. The 57 is Joe Ziltner in a Datsun 240Z. The 26, Scott Hyatt in a Datsun 260Z. The 208 is John Bibbo in a BMW 2002. Car 184, Alex Ames in a 70 Triumph GT6. Car 13, John Daniels in a Sunbeam Tiger. 38, Robert Cowan in an Alfa Romeo GTV. Car 15 is Ed Dulski in a Datsun 260Z. 62 is Alex Rourke in a Lotus Elan. 14 is Isaac Keeler in a Datsun 510. Another Datsun 510 is Marshall Moore in car 185. Car 76, Larry Lunda in a Porsche 914. Car 67, Christopher Candy in a Porsche 911. Ben Robertaccio in car number 129 is a Porsche 914-6. Car 12 is Jeff Jagish Sr. in a Datsun 240Z. Nicholas Clements is in car 81, a Porsche 911S. Car 73 is Matthew Getzinger in a Porsche 911. 63 is Peter Sabeff in a Sunbeam Tiger. And on the front row, car number 110, Lisa Hansen in her 69 Porsche 911. And the 0 is George Ballback in a 1966 Porsche 911. We know what Lisa can do, as we saw her charge her way up from the second wave in that race with women motorsports.
A little bit cooler temperatures with the sun not quite baking down on the facility at this point. These air-cooled Porsches going to like that a little bit more.
You betcha. Field already through its pace lap behind the Corvette safety car and down into Canada Corner.
Don't forget, just before we go green, that now is the time to pick up your Road America Season Pass for 2023 for the next 2 days, today and tomorrow at roadamerica.com. You can renew your season passes for just $490. Early bird pricing starts Monday for $520. So get your season pass renewals in right now, next 2 days. Do it, $490. Don't miss out.
A $1,500 value. Lights are out on the pace car as it exits turn 14. Lisa Hansen and George Ballback line up on the front row. Peter Sabev in the Sunbeam and Matthew Getzinger in the Porsche right behind. Nicely formed as they come to the top of the hill. The last weekend of racing with this pavement. As new pavement coming to Road America in the off-season. The green flag is out. And that rasp of the air-cooled Boxer 6 Porsches fills the air as they take the front vanguard of this field. All the way down toward turn number 1.
Got a car kind of slow here in the front straightaway on the start and kind of running adrift. Everybody minding their P's and Q's. That's the advantage of starting up front. You kind of avoid a little bit of the mid-pack chaos. Looked like one of the Datsuns was a tad slow. Back under speed. On the back half of the field, looks like they've all gotten back together.
Ballback and Lisa Hansen nose to tail. And a little bit of a gap back to another of the Porsches. I think that's Matthew Getzinger, but we'll sort it out. As we got some side-by-side racing a little further in the pack. Down into turn 5. Ballback in that silver Porsche. Lisa in the white number 110 right behind her. And then Getzinger goes a little bit wide and opens the door for Peter Sabev in that Sunbeam Tiger.
And Getzinger got a really good start on the outside of row 2. So did Sabev, though. But Sabev had to check up a little bit for George F. Ballback. You know, one of the cars that we don't have here this weekend, normally we'd see would be the 51 of Boucher, Frank Boucher. But normally those three, Ballback, Hansen, and Boucher, would be right at the top of this field. These two that are racing for the top spot, no stranger to one another, and they love racing against each other.
You bet. Lisa Hansen thinking about going to the inside of Ballback at the entrance to the carousel turn. She's going to wait to get the tires up to temperature. She's got the advantage in that she's already run a race this afternoon. Ballback making his first appearance after qualifying. As through the kink they come and nose to tail.
You know, one of the things you'll kind of notice about that is Lisa Hansen, when she did go to the inside and the carousel, she pushed out wide on the exit of 10, where Ballback entered a little bit higher and was able to tighten the radius on the exit of the carousel. So you can see where that momentum going into a corner like that, how that really adapts and how you have to adapt and change the car's position relative to how the car is running in order to not scrub off any speed. You have to let the car carry, or you carry it in a little bit deeper and then kind of shorten the corner on the exit. So they're differing, a little bit different technique, but they both running similar cornering speeds with those ducktail Porsches.
George Ballback, a longtime vintage competitor, as is Lisa. Kind of miss Vic Skermans. He and Ballback used to have dandy battles back in
Absolutely.
the day. Vic not running quite as frequently, but here comes Lisa ducking to the inside as she pulls out of the draft and now has the inside line going down the long front straightaway. Behind them, the Sunbeam Tiger of Peter Sabev closing on Getzinger and looking to try to make that happen. Lisa not able to close the pass. Here comes the battle for second.
Sabev is out ahead of Getzinger into turn 1, so Sabev able to complete the pass to the inside. Hansen putting pressure on Ballback down to turn 3.
Looking for a mistake from George, I'm thinking, and she's not got it just yet, but boy, she's right on his bumper.
It's going to be really hard to force him to make a mistake. He is another one of those just classy drivers that we find here at Road America all season long and throughout the paddock area. Everyone just absolutely great with the VSCDA and certainly our other vintage weekends here at Road America. Always fun to watch these events because they put on a driving clinic at the front of the field each and every time. And Lisa Hansen really putting the binder pressure on Ballback as they come up the hill underneath the Corvette bridge.
Ballback, of course, we'll see a little later on in his 356 Porsche, as he's also, in addition to this 911, races the 356. Lisa pretty much specializes in this one car, the 69 911 with the ducktail spoiler. Down into turn number 8. Hers is 3 years newer than George's car, but the Porsches of that era evolved rather slowly. There wasn't much difference from year to year, as the Sunbeam Tiger with the advantage now up into third spot, as Getzinger has dropped back just a bit as Sabef up into that spot. The battle for the lead really putting some distance on the rest of the field, as those two in a class of their own. Their last 2 laps in the 2:30s, Getzinger and Sabef were in the 2:45s, so they're drawing away at a pretty prodigious rate.
Just 2 or 3 car lengths in the Canada corner. Lisa Hansen was right on the tail going through the kink. Backs up the corner to 12 a little bit, tries to get a run up the hill through 13, crossing that little bit of a rise, and then there's the dip that hits just before 14, and Ballbach gets a really good run mid-apex off the corner and kind of draws away down the Road America straightaway here. But here's where Lisa Hansen will have a little bit of an advantage in the toe. Down this long Road America straightaway at the start-finish line. We are about 5.5 minutes in. And this time, Ballbach takes a defensive line to the inside, running right along the wall. Lisa Hansen will stay to driver's left.
Here comes the battle behind, as it will be Pete Sabef in the Sunbeam Tiger. Then the 73 of Matthew Getzinger, 731. Nicholas Clements in the 81 Porsche. Jeff Jagish Sr. in the 6th spot. Christopher Candy, 7th. Ben Robertaccio in the 8th spot. John Daniels and Alex Rourke battling over 9th and 10th.
Jagish and Candy were side by side at the start-finish line as well. That's a good battle. If you're watching a little bit deeper into the top 10.
That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th, just going by our camera position there. Meanwhile, at the point, Ballbach stretching his advantage now just a bit. Lisa Hansen dropping back away from that number 0911.
Lisa looked like she kind of cooked the front tires a little bit up into 6 a little bit on the last go around, and that kind of caused her to drop back a little bit through the back half of the race course.
Little puff of smoke out of Lisa's car on the upshifts too, I've been noticing. So she may have after having run the first race of the afternoon, she may be finding that Porsche getting a little tired, perhaps.
Yeah, just the drive out of turn 8 there, that time through just was not as strong for the 110 of Lisa Hansen. Maybe backing off a little bit, cooling the tires a bit too for Lisa Hansen. Years of experience of driving. So she knows that car very well. It could very well just be settling in and letting the tires cool off a bit.
Sabef in the Sunbeam Tiger. Matthew Getzinger and Nicholas Clements in the 2 Porsches. Getzinger in the red Porsche, Clements in the white Porsche. Those 3 having a great battle for the final step on the podium. Lisa falling off the pace just a bit, but again, they have built up a 12.5-second lead in just 2 laps over this battle for third that is just now coming through Kettle Bottoms. And watch for Nicholas Clements in that cream-colored number 81. He is closing up on the back of Matthew Getzinger. Evenly spaced, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. A little different line through the exit of Canada, as Ballbach seems to have this one in hand now, as we are just about half distance. George Ballbach leading from the pole. Lisa Hansen has never headed him, although she really has hounded him in the past several laps. But she's about a second a lap off her best as Ballbach sets fast lap of the race at a 2:35.017. And then we wait about 20 seconds for Sabef in the Sunbeam Tiger. His last lap was his personal best. Matthew Getzinger running a little bit slower than Nicholas Clements. So Clements is quicker by about a half a second. Jeff Jakish Sr. in the 6th spot. Robertaccio just behind him. Christopher Candy, John Daniels, and Alex Rourke, your top 10, as we're at halfway point. Jagish in the Datsun 240Z. He and Paul Sabeth, the only non-Porsches in the top 6.
Looks like we lost the 76 of Larry Lunda, pulled off course. Dropping through the order here. So Larry Lunda with a mechanical issue.
Yeah, he
Over
was
turn
running
14.
was running in 10th at one point. Sabeth, Getzinger, and Clements continuing to battle. And then a little deeper back is Jagish in that yellow 240Z. Hansen and Ballback not even in the same camera shot as they're so far up the road.
And Ballback about 3 seconds ahead of Lisa Hansen. Hansen's last time through was a 2:37 to a 2:35. Purple for Ballback, quickest in the session as well. But Ballback about 2 miles an hour faster, or 2 seconds faster rather, through that lap. And Hansen kind of falling off from putting the pressure on.
Well, this battle for third is getting better and better as the two Porsches closing right up on that Sunbeam. And not that far back is Jeff Jagic in the Datsun. The Tiger, of course, with that V8 has got great grunt off the corners, but the Porsche's certainly a little more nimble as they work their way through turn 14.
Our good friend Greg Kramer says there are twisty bits here at Road America. It's between 5 and 8. But in those twisty bits, the Porsches seem to be just a little bit quicker. But that big motor for that Tiger just continues to just draw big distance between them down this Road America straightaway into turn 1.
Yep.
But, of course, the drawback to having a lot of grunt and top-end speed is you've got to woe it down.
Exactly.
And that's where the Porsches really excel with that configuration. Those Porsches always tend to be much more nimbler on the brakes.
Exactly. Well, of course, the rear engine, the weight distribution really helps, obviously, under braking. So the Porsches have always been good on the stop pedal as George Ballback opening up now a 10-second lead over Lisa Hansen. She's conceded the victory here, I think, just in getting it to the finish mode. In fact, her last lap was a 2:43, and this trio behind her in third, fourth, and fifth, lapping in the 2:40s. Agreed, they're 13 seconds behind her.
We've lost Lisa Hansen. Lisa Hansen just pulled off in turn 5.
Ah.
So Hansen looks like she has retired the 110 from second position here.
So now this battle we've been following between Sabeth and the Sunbeam and Getzinger and Clements is for second. Getzinger in the red 731, Clements in the white number 81, and then the yellow number 12 of Jeff Jagish Sr. in the Datsun 240Z.
But I got to say that Pete Sabeth now running second spot in that Tiger. You got to look at the battle between Clements and Getzinger. With Clements now kind of catching Getzinger, Getzinger's now put most of his attention on the mirror rather than out front window.
Yep.
And Sabeth has had a little bit of relief here, even just in the slower bits of the racetrack. He's been able to kind of gap with the straightaway because Clements really kind of filling the mirrors of that red Porsche of Matt Getzinger.
As we're down to the final 3 minutes here, and in fact the white flag is in the starter's hand, and he shows it to George Ballback. So we're on the final lap. And as you said, we've lost Lisa Hansen, so Peter Sabeth some 30 seconds behind just now exiting turn 14. And we've got a change for third as Clements gets around Getzinger. But Getzinger getting right back at him as Clements lost a little exit speed with that move. And now they're side by side coming to the line.
Getzinger had kind of backed the corner up into 14, and I think Clements saw the opening and took it. But Getzinger, because he backed the corner up, was able to get the power down a little bit sooner at apex and able to drive off the corner with a little bit more exit speed.
Would you think that might be a dress rehearsal for what's going to come up the next time they get to that point?
I
on the
would
racetrack?
certainly expect so. But Clements right back on the back bumper of Getzinger now as that battle for third and fourth continues down into turn 3 across the Ariens tunnel. And now we'll go past the Skippy Road. Getzinger sailing that red Porsche with the white Porsche Clements underneath the Sargento Bridge now.
Here they go, nose to tail on the final lap. Getzinger guarding the normal racing line, which would be to driver's right as they head down into turn 5. There goes Sabef in the Sunbeam Tiger. And then here comes Getzinger and Clements. No change in position. Right on the tail is Nicholas Clements.
Getzinger kind of drawing Clements wide on the exit of the rumble strips. They're into turn 5's exit.
Out of turn 6, down into turn 7, into Hurry Downs. This is a passing opportunity if Clements is going to be brave on the brakes. There he goes. Dives down to the inside. Nicholas Clements going to try to get this pass done earlier, but it cost him as he had a little wiggle on the exit of that turn and had to fall back behind. That may have been the move that settles it. We'll see if Clements can continue to close here.
Really kind of cooked it down in there and drove it in deep. Saw him lock it up a little bit on the inside. They're not wanting to run wide into Getzinger.
They've got traffic in front of them as
Sabef is slowed with the traffic in front of him.
yeah, he's got to be careful as they head down into Kettle Bottoms. The traffic staying off to drivers left to allow these leaders to come by. I think that's the Volvo that's being passed.
And that has allowed Clements to get back to Getzinger.
Yep.
But that lap car just slicing in between the two of them, and I think that's going to do it for that battle. Unfortunate for Clements, I think him making the mistake a little bit too deep on the brakes into turn 8 kind of cost him that momentum and just gave up a little bit too much space between them.
Here comes
But
second, third, and
Sabef
fourth.
under pressure now from Getzinger. You're on the straightaway, but that Tiger should pull away here,
Yeah.
we would think.
All things being equal, unless Sabef has got a problem, as he is not, he's beginning to pull it out. So, that's the way they're going to finish. Sabef in the Tiger will hang on for second. Getzinger in third. Clements will have to settle for fourth. Great battle between those three, pretty much all race long. Jeff Jagish right there in fifth. And Ben Robertaccio in the 914-6 up into sixth position. As Christopher Candy a little further back in the number 67 Porsche 911. There he is across the line in seventh. Alex Rourke in the number 62 Lotus Elan across the stripe. But right behind him was the 14 of Isaac Keeler. Keeler doing a great job with that Datsun 510. Robert Cowan rounding out the top 10 in the number 38 car. The Alfa Romeo GTV. Just a quick recap of the class leaders. Overall and in B2, it was George Balbeck. The only other contested class, the 8C, Nicholas Clements taking the win over Jeff Jagish Sr. In 8A, Ben Robertaccio over Kevin McNiff in the 140. In HP6, Lisa Hansen still taking the win in class, as it was just she and Larry Lunda in that class, and Lunda retired a couple laps before she did.
We have had some great races
Yeah.
so far. Yesterday's Enduro and all of our races since the lunch break today, they have all been fantastic. Good battles throughout the field as well here.
And that last group coming across the stripe, Scott Hyatt in the 26, Mike Bessick only a tenth of a second behind him in the 50. Gary Beresford another 4 seconds back, but Dan Gerweiler, was only half a second behind him at the line. Deborah Briscoe and John Dornwald also less than half a second between them. So battles all up and down the racetrack.
Groups 2 and 3D on the way next on the docket here at 2:35. So we're just a couple of minutes away from going racing again. The advantage of these vintage weekends is we can kind of get some of these cars off at turn 5. They don't necessarily request a full cool down lap unless they would like it. But these sprint races are excellent for just keeping them moving if we can. And right now we're coming up on sprint race group 2 and 3D. We are about 10 minutes away, by the way, of the road course reenactment exiting at gate 5. So last call, if you are participating in the road course reenactment, that is leaving from gate 5 in 10 minutes. So the road course reenactment leaving in 10 minutes. If you signed up for that, you've got just a couple of minutes to get over to the gate 5 area on the outside of Canada Corner. So head on over there if you are participating in the reenactment. And, of course, the Concours d'Elegance and the Fan Walk open until 6 p.m. here in the heart of the paddock area as well.
Next race is for Group 2, 50s through 1963 vintage production-based sports cars. Big field of cars here, 47 Ramiro Magiglio in a Volvo P1800, number 114. Lester Needell in car number 59. Nicholas Perner in the number 117 Bug-Eye Sprite may or may not have a technical problem. It was not on speed in qualifying earlier today. The MG Midget of Tim McGinley in car number 45. The 74 is Chuck Ryberg in a Lotus Super 7. 441 is Karen Minute Jacobson in a Triumph TR6. David Swope in the 69 is an MG Midget. Victor Frizzell is in car number 411 in a Volkswagen Beetle. Car number 51 is Rick Mikulek in a Bug-Eye Sprite. The 33 is Steve Jacobson in a Datsun SPL 311 Roadster. Car 141 is Tom Daly in a Bug-Eye Sprite. Car 2, Phil Schaefer in a Bug-Eye Sprite. Car 47 is William Demarest in a Ford Falcon. Car 72 is Mal Fay in an MG Midget. Car 43, Jeff Buckley in a Sprite. Car number 188 is Tom Cole in another Sprite. Mark Alexander is in car 97. That's a Triumph TR4. The 007 is Gregor Hendricks in a Lotus Super 7. Dan Powell is in car number 331. That is a Austin Healey 3000. Car 13 is John Daniels in an Austin Healey Sprite. And another Triumph Spitfire. This one is David Amies in car number 28. Next up is car 202, Eileen Wetzel. Car 107 is Leah Bauer. She's in an MG Midget. Car 07 is John Bauer, and he is in a Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite. Car 622 is Jeff Lombard in an Austin Healey 3000 Mark II. Car 317 is Ryan Murphy in a Triumph TR4. Car 17 is Evan Hubachak. Hubachak driving a Morris Mini 100. Car 60 is Rick Gorolnik. Rick driving a Porsche 356. Car 112 is Jacob Miller. He is in a Sports Renault. That's the forerunner of the Spec Racer Ford. Car number 134 is Christopher Candy. We saw Christopher earlier on in a Porsche 356 Roadster. Car 10 is Brad Tank, another front runner in an MGB. Car 20 is Dave Burton, the protege of Vic Skermance in his number 20 Porsche 356C. Jeff Hayland is in car number 195. Next to him is Tony Drews in car number 95 in a Triumph TR4. Jim Perry is in car number 1, a Volvo P1800. Michael Manser is in car number 403. That is an Austin Healey 3000. Robert Wagner in car number 50 in an Austin Healey 3000. Scott McQueen in car 106 in an Austin Healey 100-6. John Salisbury is in car number 34, an Austin Healey Sprite. Marcus Cookie is in car number 58. He is in a Porsche Speedster. Matthew Getzinger in car number 73, also a Porsche driver. Then we've got George Ballback in the Zero Porsche 356B. Nicholas Clements at car number 81 in his Porsche Roadster. Colin Comer is in car number 62 in an Austin Healey Sprite. Denny Wilson is in the number 77, a Lotus Super 7. On the front row, the 42 of Robert Van Zelst in a Porsche 356. And your pole sitter with car number 41 is Ben Garcia. And that is not a Cheetah, a Devon? No. I think it is a Devon. Yes, that's correct.
I believe Denny Wilson should have the pole here. I don't believe that Garcia and Van Zelst, I should say Van Zelst, I believe, has the pole here. I don't believe that Garcia was lined up with the field. So Colin Comer would move to the outside of the second row.
Yep.
Pace car lights are out at Canada Corner. Going to go green this time by
Cheetah. Yeah, Brian Garcia was in a Cheetah in Group 3, and I think he may end up in the Group 6 field because he was so much quicker than everybody else. So they may have moved him over to the 6-3AB category. So it looks like Van Zelst will be your pole sitter. Denny Wilson in the Lotus Super 7 alongside.
the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend continues here. Thanks to those of you joining us on the Road America YouTube page. Thanks for tuning in. Wish you were here.
Pace car into the pit lane, field climbing the hill for race group 2.
Indeed, that is Denny Wilson on the pole, that Mecum Auto Auction 77. Lotus Super 7.
Van Zelst in the Porsche right alongside. And here they come. The 62 Sprite of Colin Comer getting a good run as he is right behind the leader as they begin to fan out, heading down toward turn number 1. Here they come. Who's going to come out on front? Looks like the Super 7 is going to have the lead. And slotting into second was the Porsche of Van Zelst. Comer, I believe, crossed into turn 1 in the third spot. No, it's Comer up into second. Then Nicholas Clements in the 81, I believe, up into third spot.
Looked like Van Zelst having a little bit of a problem, dropped back a couple of spots.
Exactly. He didn't appear to get a good acceleration as the green came out, as Comer in the Sprite was able to get by him. In fact, Van Zelst continuing to drop down the order in that two-tone, number 42, so he may have an issue.
That's Ballback going to the outside of Comer into turn 5.
You're right. George Ballback in the 0, sweeping, trying to sweep into the lead as he goes side by side with Denny Wilson in the Lotus.
He's already got one on this sprint race Saturday.
Look at this. We've got a Lotus, a Sprite, and the 356 of Ballback swapping side by side as they head down into turn number 7.
And it looks like Ballback might have gotten a little bit wide on the entry to turn 7 into the grass.
And somebody got him back.
And that is Matt Getzinger.
In the 73 as they exit turn 8 under the Speedville Bridge and into the carousel turn. Again, this is the portion of the racetrack where Denny Wilson should have the advantage, but that Sprite's pretty handy. Colin Comer doing a good job in that 62. Staying right with the Lotus.
We were giving him a little bit of a hard time earlier today. That Sprite has probably about less than a quarter of the horsepower of his GT1 Mustang.
Yep.
But he said it is a very fun car to drive as well. To the inside and to the lead for Colin Comer inside that Lotus.
But the Lotus coming right back at him as Comer went just a little bit wide, so Denny Wilson retakes the advantage. Wilson back to the front. And then we believe that is Getzinger just behind them. We'll sort it as they climb the hill. George Ballback right there in the 4th spot. And I think that's Nicholas Clements just behind him in the 81. We'll sort it as they climb the hill to complete the first racing lap.
Yeah, it's Wilson, Comer, Getzinger, Ballback, and Clements. And Comer under pressure here from Getzinger. Getzinger going to go to the outside. Going to try to do the long way around. As they're still side by side into turn 1. Comer with about a half a car length advantage. And that opens the door for Ballback to go to the inside of Getzinger. Getzinger had to slow his momentum down. Comer running the middle of the road. Comer, very honestly, Comer with a much faster Mustang, maybe not necessarily used to being in his mirrors as much with a car with a quarter of the horsepower. So he's dancing a little bit here with a car that he joked that it's a little weird. You just hold it wide open and just drift. So it's not quite that easy. But Colin was making light of the situation last night on Jim Trado's Racing Roundup show, live from Brad Dahmer's garage stall last night. But Colin Comer, a great race car driver, also known as the Appraiser for Haggerty magazine, also a columnist, but no stranger to race cars in general. But Comer doing a good job with a quite a bit underpowered car than he's used to.
Exactly right. George Ballback sweeps back up into 3rd spot as he got around Getzinger as they come down into turn 8 on lap number 2. Comer, Ballback, then Getzinger. And then not that far back is Nicholas Clements as the top 5 beginning to pull away from Marcus Cookie in the number 58. Through the carousel turn, the Lotus Super 7 showing the way. George Ballback getting a good run through the carousel. He's right on the back of Comer's Sprite as they head to the King. They've pulled away from Getzinger and Clements just a bit. And then a big gap back to Marcus Cookie.
You would expect that bathtub Porsche to be just a little bit quicker than the Sprite. But Comer hanging on. And this is Denny Wilson's enjoyment, looking in the mirror and starting to pull away just a tad bit through Thunder Valley, through Billy Mitchell Bend, and into turn 14 to this long Road America straightaway.
Here they come. Comer drifting, just as you said, about a 45-degree angle coming through turn 14. Ballback a little tidier line, and he is right on his back bumper as they approach the stripe. Completing race lap number 2. Denny Wilson stretching it a bit. Ballback in the drafts, as much draft as there is behind that diminutive little Sprite. And then we'll see if he's going to pop out as they head down into turn 1. He does. Ballback to the inside. Can he hold it? He's got it at the moment, but Comer should be able to come right back at him in the run over the Ariens Tunnel and down toward turn 3.
Well, the funny thing about that Sprite is much narrower and much shorter than that Porsche. So it's a little bit more slippy in the toe of that Porsche, maybe, perhaps. So Comer should be able to kind of hang on to this third spot down the straightaway, and you start to see him snake draft.
Ballback's trying to break the draft.
Underneath Sargento, and Comer going to go the long way around to driver's right. He'll have a little bit of an advantage on the corner entry on the outside. As Comer does retake second spot. This time Ballback will now go to the outside as Comer then comes back to the right, shutting the door effectively on Ballback. This is a good battle for the second spot.
You bet. Climbing the hill toward turn 6. Under the Corvette bridge, Comer in the Sprite, still with the advantage. George Ballback in that green number 0 356 Roadster.
But Ballback also just got done battling Lisa Hansen for the first 7 or 8 laps of their other race. Who's like, just give me a break.
Yeah. Down into turn 8 they come.
Ballback going to look to the inside into the carousel. Comer about a car length wider. And quickly shuts the door through the exit of 9 into 10 and underneath the Henry Repeating Arms Bridge. And Denny Wilson again pulling away a bit.
At the line, he had a 2.5 lead over this great battle. And these 5, meaning Getzinger in 4th and Clements in 5th, have really opened up the gap over Marcus Cookie in the number 58.
Ballback looks to the inside of Comer. Comer about a car length advantage into the corner. Ballback just kind of trying to fill the mirrors of Colin Comer at this point. Swapped positions on the Road America straight last time through. What can George Ballback do here? Does he back the corner up and then try to get a little bit better drive off? Looks like Comer drives it in really deep and slides that left rear out in turn 14. And to do that, looks like we're going to have a local yellow at start finish. It's a stationary yellow.
The other one of the other Lotus Super 7s was very slow coming across the line.
It looks like they have parked on the end of pit lane. They're safe behind the wall, but it is still a local yellow here from start finish to Alpha. So no passing here on the straightaway, which kind of takes away Ballback's advantage a bit here on this long Road America straightaway. He's got to stay behind Comer here on the straightaway.
That was Rydberg, Chuck Rydberg in the other Lotus Super 7 that rolled to a stop. Here goes Ballback down to the inside as they approach turn 3. He takes the position once again. Colin Comer going to tuck right on his back bumper and take advantage of the draft as that Porsche makes a much bigger hole in the air than his little Sprite does. And here he goes, popping out right past the bridge to the inside lane. Denny Wilson looking in his mirrors with a big grin as he sees these guys hammering on each other.
And Comer Pruitt fades back to the right in front of Ballback. Ballback on the over-under. On the crossover, Ballback on the inside. He'll have the advantage into turn 6 up the hill. And Comer may shut the door just on the exit of 6. Oh, this is good.
Comer's
so good.
Comer's got the inside line at turn 7, but Ballback going to try to stay right there on the outside. Can't quite get it done. And all that has allowed Getzinger to close up on the two of them as they are swapping paint back and forth.
And right now, you know that George Ballback has got red mist. Right now, he's just, I cannot believe the Sprite is staying in front of me.
Here he goes. He's going to try to get an outside run. Comer's car has 43 horsepower, at least in street trim. I don't know how much more he's been able to extract from it with a little judicious tuning. The Porsche's not that much more. The 356s had well under 100 horsepower back in the day.
But again, a much taller and wider car.
Yep.
And not as slippery as the Sprite.
Exactly.
So what the Sprite lacks in horsepower, it gains in efficiency, cutting through the air.
Nicholas Clements has really fallen off the back of this battle as Getzinger making it a three-way battle for second spot. But Clements not able to match the pace there.
Comer with about a 6 car length advantage for a moment, now down to about 3 car lengths. Slides it on the exit of 14, and this is where that advantage for Ballback. And Ballback, if he can get by him before start-finish, it's a green lap. But as soon as they get to start-finish, it is a standing yellow, and there is no passing under yellow. And Ballback pulls out to make a pass, but he knows he can't do that.
Yep, has to wait till he gets past the yellow flag, which is down into turn 1. That'll be the next flag station that should show him a green.
But he's also got to be careful in lifting that he may put himself into the lap of Matthew Getzinger in that 73.
Yep. Yeah, Nicholas Clements really off the pace. His best lap, a 2:44, matching the pace of the 3 in front of him. But his last lap was a 2:51. So Clements developing a problem in that number 81 black Porsche. Robert Van Zelst in the 42 in a position to run him down. Meanwhile, we stay with this battle at the front as this time Clements getting a good run down turn 5. His Ballback getting balked just a little bit.
You know, I wonder if Ballback knows that because of where the yellow flag is on the straightaway, that stationary yellow, he's got to back the lap up a bit because of the amount of run he gets up the straightaway. He knows that the one advantage that his car has over Colin Comer, he's not able to capitalize on it, and he may just be settling at this point for the third step on the podium.
Exactly. And they are in 2 different classes. Colin Comer's in 2D. Ballback and Getzinger are in the same class in 2C. So I think George may be playing the long game here and making sure that he stays in front of that number 73. Meanwhile, Denny Wilson cruising at the front as he sets fast lap of the race, as we have a slow-moving vehicle and a waving yellow flag here.
That is the safety team for the car that's on the end of pit lane. So boots on the ground for the safety team. More than likely, they'll probably attach a tow rope, I would think, and pull it back behind the barrier.
So there'll be no passing on the front straightaway down into turn number 1. As Colin Comer comfortably now in second spot with no challenge, as the leaders beginning to work their way through some slower traffic as they've caught the back of the field.
And that car now safely behind the barrier. And the safety truck now on pit lane. So the yellow flag has been withdrawn from start-finish. And now the fun can begin going into turn 1 again. There is Denny Wilson at the start-finish line, completing lap number 5. Colin Comer at the stripe. Last time through a 2:45, 2:04. Ballback and Getzinger, a 2:50 and a 2:48. And a 2:48 for Nick Clements as well. So Ballback kind of getting hung up in traffic a bit now with that 0 entry.
Yeah, he needs to be careful because
Getzinger's on the attack.
Getzinger's caught him. And they are nose to tail now. Down into turn number 3. There's a lapped car behind them. And then a Further up the road is Nicholas Clements, who we mentioned was off the pace on his last lap, but he's beginning to pick the back up again. So this is the battle for third and first in class between Ballback and Getzinger. Wondering if Ballback may have run the car out from under him just a little bit in that battle, because Getzinger now to the inside at turn 5. Ballback trying to hang tough, but Getzinger with the position. We'll see if Ballback can pull the over-under.
You got to wonder if maybe the hard charge, kind of burned the front tires off a little bit.
Took a little off the tires.
Got a little bit of understeer now in that car.
Coming up on
and he's off in the grass. Is that Getzinger off in the grass? Yes, that was Getzinger off in the grass. So Ballback back to third spot overall. Getzinger was all over the place. That was doing a tank slapper, and he saved it. Whale of a save.
Yeah, that's Getzinger or Ballback, should we say, and then Getzinger.
So Getzinger and Clements have now attached themselves to each other. Is Clements able to capitalize on that mistake from Matt Getzinger?
Ballback well out in front of that group now. So a little bit of drama as they're going to be coming to the white flag, we're pretty sure.
Through 11B, just past the kink.
There's Ballback, then Getzinger, then Clements. So Clements, having dropped well back, has now got new life as he and Matt Getzinger lapping at about the same pace on lap number 5, just completed.
Leaders should be coming through underneath the bridge at this point. And the white silk is in the air. So at the TireRack.com starters bridge, white flag is out. Final lap for Denny Wilson in the Mecum Auto Auctions Lotus Super 7.
Colin Comer in the Sprite. Coming to the stripe. There he is. Easily in second spot. George Ballback inheriting a comfortable third here on the final lap. And then he has got a battle behind him. Matt Getzinger and Nicholas Clements, nose to tail. 0.5 of a second separate those two as they cross the stripe for the penultimate time. Here they come down into turn number 3. Getzinger getting a good run. He's got good straight line speed in that car. He's able to open up a little bit of a gap over Clements.
Group 4 up next. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 4. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 4.
Clements dropping back off just a little bit, so Getzinger a little more comfortable now in that 4th spot. Is that Colin Comer slowing and being passed right there? No, that's another car. Sorry, that's not Comer. That's a lapped car being passed by these guys. Comer's...
Similar car, however.
yeah, exactly. Comer's about 8 seconds up the road from this battle. There's Colin Comer. George Ballback. George Getzinger. Nicholas Clements. Under the Speedville Bridge as the white flag continues to show for the balance of this big field, well spread out around the racetrack.
And through the kink now is Denny Wilson.
Pretty much took the lead at the start and has not relinquished it, opening up a 8-second advantage.
So the 17 machine is pulled off in turn 2. That is Evan Hubacek.
There's Colin Comer just entering the long front straightaway. Checkered flag flies for Denny Wilson. A flag-to-flag victory. Colin Comer in the number 62 Buckeye Sprite.
Denny Wilson did lose the lead for about 3 rumble strips. Ballback and Getzinger will be 3rd and 4th.
Nicholas Clements in the 5th spot. Next across the line, we expect to be the 42 of Van Zelst in the 55 Porsche. Actually, it's Jim Perry across the line in 6th. Perry getting up on the last lap in his Volvo B1800 to take over 6th spot. Scott McQueen behind him in the 106. That's one of the big Healey's, the 57 Healey 100-6. So Van Zelst losing 2 spots on the final lap. He ends up in the 8th spot in the number 42 Porsche. Rounding out the top 10, the 34 of John Salisbury in his Austin Healey Sprite. And Marcus Cookie comes home in 10th spot in the number 58 1960 Porsche. Another good race for most of the battle. Fell off just a little bit at the tail end, but
When you got a race like that for so many laps, you know that there's going to be a little bit of an abuse on the tires and
yep.
Abuse on the engine, especially when you're tucked up behind somebody as tightly as some of those passes were for Ballback. You know, you never know. Maybe that engine started to overheat a little bit and he just had to back it off. Obviously, with these older cars, the cooler conditions play into their favor a little bit, but you can still you don't want to overcook these cars.
You betcha.
So, but what a great racing day that we've had so far.
More to come, we're sure.
And we've got that 17 car for Hubacek over in turn 2. So there is a safety truck over there inside turn 2. So start finish with the emergency flag, white flag with a red cross, showing that there's an EV vehicle on station. So checkered flag is out. And that will conclude Groups 2 and 3D. Group 4 next on the docket. Group 4, final call to the grid. Group 4, final call to the grid.
These are the non-Wings and Slicks Formula cars, and we got a big field, 57 of them.
And again, a welcome to all of the Ariens employees, family, and friends with us on site this weekend. Thank you for joining us and sponsoring the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. Great to have you here and enjoying the festivities on the final spectator weekend of the year here at America's National Park of Speed. Still plenty of events to come here at Road America throughout the next couple of weeks as we get into October, and even on the facility throughout the month of October. Of course, Track or Treat coming up on Saturday, October 29th. Kids can go trick-or-treating here at the racetrack. There's some zombie hunting here at Road America. Learn more at roadamerica.com. Lots of cool stuff happening in the off-season. Of course, the repave is the big story happening starting in October here for the full 4-mile race course. But there is still plenty of enough activity to keep us busy at Road America at the Motorplex and beyond in the 640-acre facility. But should be a great off-season. Lots of upgrades going to happen to the racing surface with the repave, and we'll be just as fast as always come our spring vintage event, our first spectator weekend of the year next May.
Actually, probably a little faster.
Indeed, and we're looking forward to that. So what does that mean for you? It means that right now you want to renew your 2023 season passes for today and tomorrow only. You can renew your season passes for just $490. Early bird pricing for everyone else for season passes starts Monday for $520. Advanced pricing goes up again October 3rd and again in January 1st. You don't want to pay $645 for the season pass. If you wait too long, you're going to pay more. So do it now. $490 to renew right now, today and tomorrow only. Renewal special for season pass holders at roadamerica.com.
big field of cars for Group 4. Starting in 54th position, car number 61 is Hector McDonald in a Taiga. Then we've got John Bush in the number 82. He's driving a Brabham. Then we've got Debbie Mayer in car number 51 in a Lotus. Charles Smith in car number 5 in a Taiga. Martin Bagby in car number 69 in a Lola. Derek Grudesign in the number 53 in a Winkleman. Terry Schulke in car number 84 is a Lotus. The number 821 is Heather Barron driving a Zinc Z10. Benjamin Holzheim in car number 3 is an Alexis. Thomas Lopez Roca in car number 151 is a Crosley. Denny Niehaus in car number 60 is a Titan. Then we've got Tim Holland in car number 12, a Lotus. Joe Ahern in car number 174. That is a Swift DB1. Rich Stadeher is in car number 95 in a Dulon. Martin Podesnik, I think I've got it, in the number 72 in a Lola. Josh Wilson in the 155, driving another Crosley. Matthew Primack is in car number 44. That's a Lotus. Travis Engen is in car number 1. He was a late entry to this field in his Chevron B17. Andrew Holverson in the 75 car is a Hawk. Rod Bolhouse is in car number 189. That's a Lola T642. Doug Bruce is in the 271. That is a Merlin Mark 20. Daniel Greening in car 03 in a Zinc Z22 Formula 500. Robert Blanchard in the 86 car is a Crosley 35F. James Buchanan in the 66 is a Merlin Mark III. Helmut Frederick in car number 99 is a Caldwell D9. Anthony Freston in car 112 is a Titan Mark VI. Dan Rhodes in the 134 driving a Taiga. William McGehee is in car number 7. That is a Crosley. Jeff Fritz in car number 30 in a Lola T204. Pete Sabeff, we've seen him earlier this afternoon in his Ensign Formula B, number 63. Rick Andrzejek in car number 38 is in a Crosley. Dan Caron is in car number 29. That is a Brabham BT21. Adam Stanton in the 182 driving a Crosley. Murray Burkett is in car number 31 in a Chinook. David Ariens in car number 127 is in a Crosley. Daniel Burkett is in car 02. He is in another Chinook. Jeff Jorgensen in the 00 is in a Phantom Formula 500. Jeffrey Tillich in car number 36 is a Lola. Gordy Good in car number 17 is a Brabham. Tom Stefani in car number 98 is a Crosley. Chris Arrogante in car number 414 is also in a Crosley. Wally Butler in car 35 driving a Lola. Jesse Jurgensen in the number 22 in a Dulon. Kenny Baum in car number 97 in a Euroswift. Will Thomas in car 19 is a Brabham. Robert Burnside in car number 8 in another Brabham. Travis Engen, I've already called his name. He is in the number 1 Chevron B17. My bad. Mark Giroux in car number 59 is in a Brabham. Ron Hornig in the number 32 is in a Brabham. Dave Handy in car number 27 is in a Brabham. Pierce Rader in car number 68 is not in a Brabham. He's in a Lotus. Steve Grundahl in car number 4 in a Brabham. Joel Quadracci in car number 48 is in a Brabham. And your pole sitter is Jeff Brabham, and he is in a Brabham. That's your field. As we had Travis Engen in the field twice, but he only gets to compete once in this class. He's got a car in just about every class here, I think. Everything from a R8 Le Mans car to this Chevron in Group 4. And we'll see Travis in Group 9, I think, as well as Group 7. So as the field coming through Canada Corner, I don't see the safety car. It must be well out in front. As the front row
believe this is a self-split group, so
That could be. Yes, you're right. You are absolutely right. So I think all the Formula B cars, which are the faster ones, at the front. So Jeff Brabham in that yellow number 6 with Joel Quadracci in the 48 alongside. And the green flag flies. Quadracci in the white car as they head down toward turn number 1. That's the first wave anyway.
keep an eye on that maroon number 68 of Raider Pierce. That car is usually quick here as well once they settle into a rhythm.
Pierce Raider up into third spot, it looks like, as they exit turn 1, down toward turn number 3. Jeff Brabham dropping back to third as Dave Handy getting up in front of him as well. Here comes the second wave of the Formula Fords. The 97 leading the way there of Kenny Baum in his Euro Swift. Down the hill toward turn number 5 as the leaders begin to find their way. Like I say, Jeff Brabham back in 4th spot right now in the early going as they climb the hill. That's either Joel Quadracci or Dave Handy at the point. I think it's Quadracci. And then Pierce Raider has slotted up into 2nd spot. As they work their way down through turn number 8 and into the carousel for the first time. Couple good battles through the carousel as it takes these Formula cars just a little bit to get the temperature into the tires. Jeff Brabham has worked his way back up to third now, it appears, as he's getting a little more comfortable. But I believe that's Pierce Raider and Joel Quadracci at the point. We'll check it as they come back by our vantage point. But Jeff Brabham up into third. Dave Handy just behind him. Ron Hornig, I believe, is up in 5th, but we will see. Good battle at the front, climbing the hill for the first time as they come by the stripe at speed. Treaded tires and no wings on these cars as they flash across the line. It is Quadracci, and then the 666, which we believe, it's not Pierce Raider. Pierce Raider's being shown in the 68. 666 is not on our entry sheet, so I have no idea who that is. Timing and scoring is as confused as we are, so we'll try to sort it out.
Also looks like we've got a double transponder hit for Quadracci. 63 coming to pit lane. That's Pete Sabev. A little four-way battle for about 15th, 16th, and 17th, and 18th with some of the Club Ford cars. I believe that be Jeff Brabham and Joel Quadracci at the front of the field, would be my assumption.
That would be my assumption as well. But there appears to be some confusion on our scoring monitor. We'll attempt to sort it out as they come across the line for real this time. Through the Billy Mitchell Bend and into turn 14 as we're coming up the hill now to complete race lap number 2. And the top 3 spreading out just a little bit. So the unknown car at the front. Nah, it couldn't be. I was going to say, could it be the 66 of James Buchanan, but I don't believe so. They're showing it as the 666 with no name. So that is an unknown driver. Forgive us. Matthew Primack in the 44 being shown in second spot. Then Jeff Brabham, then Dave Handy. So perhaps that's Quadracci at the front. I don't know.
And we've got an impact in the kink. Multiple cars into the wall, heavy contact. At least 5 or 6 cars involved back on the backside of the racetrack at the kink.
That'll be a black flag for sure, as we've got track blockage just past the kink. A number of cars involved.
Not sure if the camera froze here or if we've got multiple cars just simply stopped and waiting. But it looks like the camera may have froze, so that, it looks like the camera now reopened here. But we've got about 3 or 4 cars to the right, at least 2 to 3 to the left as well. Some cars spinning to avoid, and some have made contact with the wall. So safety team is on station already. Safety team very quick to respond here at Road America. And multiple cars getting turned around and back underway. So hopefully there is only a couple of cars that have made contact with the barrier. Most of the contact has been to the inside of the kink. I want to be very clear with that. The majority of the cars that were involved that we can see visually was contact to the inside wall. It looks like there is a car just past the end of the safer barrier, but in the grass. I do believe that had spun from the inside to the outside with momentum just to try to spin to avoid. So without speculation of who is involved in the backside of the racetrack, safety team has responded, and this will likely certainly bring to a much slowed lap here from Road America. Full course yellow, I would imagine, would be out now. I do believe I see a double yellow, so full course yellow now out here at America's National Park of Speed.
Yeah, they're going to black flag this one, as I expected. I mean, when we have that many cars off, that basically means everybody will be driving into the pit lane and stopping. Leader is down at the bottom of the hill, I believe. Just coming through Canada, correct? Yeah, the leader's coming up into the pit lane right now with the black flag being shown.
So the disadvantage here is we have several cars that are on the backside of the racetrack. The track is fully blocked by safety vehicles at this time. So there are some of the Club Ford cars that were somewhat stranded, if you will, that will have to get waved through by the safety team members that are down there. Wisely, these cars did stop on the straightaway just by the kink and waited for a point through. So these drivers will slowly make their way through. Very reduced speed. Everybody is being mindful of the situation here. But safety team, multiple trucks on station. checkered flag is going to be dispensed here at the start-finish line of the TireRack.com WeatherTech Bridge. So checkered flag is out here, unfortunately, for Group 4, is we will not get this race back underway in the time limit. So checkered flag is out here for our Group 4. Group 9 next on the docket. Group 9 next on the docket. Group 9 to the grid, please.
Despite only 3 laps complete, just to recap what we know, Tonis Kasmets was in the 666 and the leader. Tonis jumping in the car for the first time in this race. We did not see him in any of the practice or qualifying sessions. So Tonis across the line first, Jeff Brabham second, Dave Handy in the 3rd spot. 4th goes to Pierce Rader in the 68. Ron Hornig in the 32 was 5th. 6th to Mark Giroux in the 59. 7th to Robert Burnside in the 8. Travis Engen 8th in the number 1. 9th is the 19 of Will Thomas, and 10th the 182 of Adam Stanton. Again, any of the results I give you are provisional pending review. As the cleanup continues back at the kink, once we get that cleared, we'll be back with Race Group 9 next up.
So the cleanup continues over inside the kink. Most of the safety crews have begun to return back to station or completing track inspections. Leaving there is probably about a pallet's worth of kitty litter back there from some contact, a couple of cars with some contact either with each other or unfortunately to the concrete barrier. Can tell you that it did start with 2 cars going off track to drivers left with off and ons. Both of those cars continued. However, the rest of the, as our good friend David Hobbs would say, schmozzle, was cars avoiding, those 2 cars rejoining. So unfortunately, taking out multiple competitors. So far, cleanup continues. The kitty litter is about 3 grooves wide, which is about the entire racetrack width wide through the kink. So they are taking some extra time to clean up and blow off some of this kitty litter that is absorbing some fluid that was put down due to the contact. So we'll be underneath a brief delay here as we continue to clean things up on the backside of the kink.
And here comes our Group 9 field as we get back to racing here. Thank you for your patience as we had to clean up from a multi-car incident in that last race. Group 9 are closed wheel competition, modern production cars, some prototypes and other things involved. Some of the fastest closed wheel cars here this weekend. Brian Garcia's in car number 70 in 31st starting position. He's in a Mustang GT2. Isaac Keeler is in car number 5. That's an Oldsmobile Cutlass. Car number 88, Jose Manuel Paredes. Paredes in a Elan DPO2 IMSA prototype lights car. Dick York is in car number 19. Then we've got the 121 of Wallace Owens driving a Audi R3 LMS. Evan Pecora is in car number 164, a Ford Fusion. 21 is Mike Fisher in an Audi S4. The 070 is Randall Alexander in a BMW M3. Car 194 is Anthony Stevens in a Porsche 997 Cup. Kevin Owens is in car number 121. We already talked about him in the Audi R3. Kenneth Greenberg in car number 836 in a Porsche 911. Brian Carlson in car number 8, a Chevy Camaro. Brad Dahmer is in car number 45, a Chevy Monte Carlo. Lee Milazzo is in car number 711. That is a Riley Mark 21. Richard Carlino in the 25 car, a Orica FLM09 prototype challenge car. Robert Blaine is in car number 64. That's a Chevy Corvette C6. Jose Cortez in the number 75 in a Ligier JSPS LMP3 car. Randall Rupp is in car number 111. That is a Ford Mustang. Robert Van Zelst in car number 34 is a Porsche 991 GT3R. Ray Bonthron is in car number 96 in a 2002 Ford Mustang. Randy Rosemerkel is in car number 84, a Pontiac Trans Am. Denny Lammers is in car number 66. That's a GT1 Ford Mustang. Adam Rupp in the 701 is in a 95 Ford Mustang. Rick Dittman in car number 24 in a Chevy Corvette. Lance Wiskerson is in car number 33 in a Mustang. James Cope in car number 211 is an Elan DPO2 prototype lights car. Lawrence Huang in car number 59, an Orica FLM09, that's a prototype challenge car. Cliff Eben, multiple national champion in the number 6 car, is a GT1 Ford Mustang with Trans Am trim. Travis Ingen in car number 2 starts outside of row 1 in his Audi R8 LMP. And your pole sitter, car number 48, Joel Quadracci, in his Orica LMP2 car. So some potent stuff up at the front. We have 2 LMP2 cars in the field, and Cliff Evans sticks his GT1 Mustang right in between the two of them. Cliff Eben has had great success, not only here at Road America. He's won the June Sprints 3 times and a 4-time champion of the SCCA National Championship runoffs. A couple of those here at his home track at Road America. He also had a kind of a scary incident in that car, or the predecessor perhaps of that car. I don't remember the exact year. But he was at full chat coming down this front straightaway, and the drive shaft exploded and came up through the floor of the car and damaged his right arm pretty substantially. And he had a long recovery from that. They had to rebuild his elbow and some other stuff. So that was kind of a scary moment for sure. But coming to the flag now, the front row, Joel Quadracci and Travis Engen. As the starter looking him over. There's the green. Quadracci on the outside and the number 48. And then it looked like Lawrence Huang was there. Or no, excuse me, that's James French in the 46. Up in the top of the order. He didn't even show up on the grid sheet for some reason. So James French, your leader, and expect him to stretch the lead. That's a Swift 014. C Sports Racer. This race has been shortened. It'll be 12 minutes long after the long cleanup. We're going to shorten the rest of the races to stay close to a schedule. So these races will go down a little more quickly. As this race originally scheduled to start at 3:35, and it's a little past 4, so we're about a half an hour behind schedule. As the field's stretching out, the leader, Lawrence Wong, Quadracci there around Cliff Eben, I believe, at the front, as they're down into turn number 8. Travis Engen back in about 4th position. It's kind of an interesting mix of cars here with the Le Mans prototypes, prototype lights cars, as well as big thundering V8 powered GT1s and GTSs.
A couple of GT3 cars, so you do have a little bit of a normal mixture, but Joel Quadracci at the stripe. James French settles into the 2nd spot.
There's Cliff Eben, followed by Travis Engen, Lawrence Wong, Lance Wiskirchen, Adam Rupp already across the line in 7th. Rick Dittman and Randy Rosenmerkel having a great battle. Denny Lammers not that far back in the 10th spot.
Dittman and Rosenmerkel were side by side. Denny Lammers kind of had no choice but to just kind of ride the wave down the front straightaway. Dittman now pulling ahead of Rosenmerkel, and now Lammers now to the inside of Rosenmerkel. Of course, that 84, that yellow Pontiac Firebird.
Quadracci and French pretty much long gone. The battle is a good one for 3rd. Eben still holding off the Audi R8 of Travis Engen as they climb the hill at turn number 6.
You would expect that Audi would have quite a bit more straightaway speed just from the efficiency level. But those GT1 Ford Mustangs out of the Lammers Eben Racing Camp are very big motors.
850 horsepower thereabouts.
Modern day GT1 TA level horsepower.
That's a tube frame car, even though it looks like a Mustang. It's a full-bodied race car in between. As Cliff Eben able to keep Travis Engen behind him. And behind Engen, Lawrence Wong in that number 59 LMP2 car. Down into Canada corner comes Cliff. So this battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th is a good one in the early stages here. And then behind them, that battle between Wiskirchen and Adam Rupp is equally enthralling. As Cliff Eben down at the bottom of the hill. Now this is where Engen might be able to get it done because he's got a bit more straight line speed, I'm guessing, in that LMP1 car. They're side by side at the line. Dittman and Rupp, or Wiskirchen and Rupp, come by. Travis Engen was able to take over that 3rd spot from Cliff Eben, but Cliff is hanging right there with Lawrence Wong closing up to make it a 3-way battle. Lance Wiskirchen in the 33 car is the closest GT1 competitor to the class leader, Cliff Eben. As Lawrence Wong now looking for a way around as he's trying to take over that 4th spot. About halfway through this race, again, these are shortened to make up some time. Quadracci last time by had already built up a 6-second lead and then another 10 seconds back to Travis Engen. Engen may have chewed into that lead just a bit because now that he's gotten around that big GT1 car of Eben. In fact, here comes Lawrence Huang down at Canada Corner as he's going to try to follow Engen through. And he makes the pass. That puts Eben back into 5th position. Quadracci already across the line to complete the 3rd racing lap. There's James French a little quicker on that lap. So we'll see if French has got anything to say about the top of the order. He's about 7 seconds behind with 5.5 minutes remaining. Travis Engen another 14 seconds up the road. Then Lawrence Huang. Cliff Eben right in his wheel tracks. Adam Rupp has gotten around Lance Wiskirchen, so Wiskirchen back to 7th, Rupp up to 6th. So the 3 GT1 leaders, now the 4 GT1 cars, including Denny Lammers, are all in the serial. Eben, Rupp, Wiskirchen, and Lammers, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. But Eben with about a 6.5 second lead over the 2nd place runner, Adam Rupp. Travis Engen in the all-conquering Audi R8, winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans 5 consecutive times. This particular version was the last year of the R8. They went to the R10, the hybrid power plant the following year with diesel power. Through the carousel turn, as you would expect, the prototype's definitely with an advantage there as the big wings and underbody tunnels generate a lot more downforce than that Mustang is able to. As Joe Quadracci resets fast lap of the race, a 2:01.5, as he's knocking on the door of the 2-minute lap. So far, we've only had one car this weekend to get under 2 minutes, and that was
James's dad, Brian.
Yeah, Brian French in the Benetton Formula One car.
Should be getting the one to go next time by.
Yep, we're down under, just coming up on 3 minutes. Tip of the hat to Adam Rupp after falling behind Lance Wiskirchen early. Has gotten back around him and is driving away almost 2 seconds a lap faster. Denny Lammers about the same pace as Wiskirchen in the battle for 7th and 8th. Rick Dittman in the GTS number 24. About 4 seconds behind him. Robert Van Zelst just now across the line in 10th spot.
Van Zelst in the Gulf Porsche livery.
Yep. Randy Rosenmerkel in the 84 and Ray Bonthron in the 96. Both GT1 cars having a dandy battle. They're only a 1/10 of a second apart at the line.
Leader, Quadracci, through the kink, headed towards Canada Corner now.
As we're getting ready to see the white flag indicating one more lap.
So White Silk going to be out at the start-finish line here for your leader, Joel Quadracci. That is an LMP2 configuration car. Ran an IMSA competition, the Gas Monkey Garage livery.
Jose Cortez just behind that good battle between Rosenmerkel and Bonthron. Cortez in the 75 LMP3 car. That's the Ligier. Quadracci already now, after just 5 laps, catching the back of the field. There's James French flashing under the Sargento Bridge. Joel Quadracci having caught the back of the field now as they head down Hurry Downs. He's already picked up one of the back markers, got a couple more in front of him as he takes to the outside line and squirts around into the lead of that little 4-car battle. 3-car battle, I should say. James French and the very nimble Swift doing the same thing. He's about 7 seconds behind Quadracci. And on the last lap was marginally quicker. But again, this lap, this race being shortened, pretty much means you got to go quickly. As French follows the slower Porsche through Canada Corner. But he's got a big lead over the 3rd place running Travis Engen, almost 22 seconds after that last lap. As French now in the clear. And here comes our winner to the checkered flag, and it is Joel Quadracci in the number 48. Orica. James French across the line in the C Sports Racer. Travis Engen, after, I would say, being trapped behind, but taking the first couple of laps behind Cliff Eben, fell back. Lawrence Wong setting his best lap on his last lap for a 4th spot. And then there's Cliff Eben, easily the class of the GT1 field.
French, Engen, and Wong all setting their personal bests on the final lap.
Adam Rupp across the line in 6th in the GT1. And there's Lance Wiskirchen in the 7th spot, 3rd in GT1. 4th, Denny Lammers, teammate to Travis Engen. And we expect Rick Dittman next up in the GTS number 24. There he is. And finally, to round out the top 10, Robert Van Zelst in the number 34 GT3 car, as you said, with the Gulf livery.
Cortez Rosenmerkel and Robert Blaine. Blaine, that CompuWare Corvette.
Yeah, Ray Bonthron was in front of all 3 of them at the beginning of the last lap, so he had a problem. His last lap was a 2:25, so clearly he dropped a wheel off somewhere, and that allowed 3 cars to get around him. He'll have to settle for 14th in that number 96 car.
That is Group 9. Modern production here from America's National Park of Speed. Want to thank those of you tuning in on our YouTube live stream all weekend long. We'll do this again tomorrow as well for the Cup races and our feature events. Don't forget, right now, 2023 season passes. If you are here at the racetrack on your season pass, you have today and tomorrow to get your season pass renewal pricing for $490. It is a special 2-day offer right now, today and tomorrow, for $490. Starting Monday, early bird pricing for everyone else goes up to $520, September 19th through October 2nd. Advanced pricing from October 3rd to December 31st goes up to $560. And if you make the unfortunate choice of going to January 1st and getting your season pass, it's $645. So if you've got your season passes with you right now, go to roadamerica.com, renew right now through tomorrow for $490. Everyone else gets their early bird pricing starting on Monday through October 2nd for $520. Get your renewals in now at roadamerica.com.
And if you really don't care. You can just pay gate admission for all of the spectator events, and it'll cost you $1,500. So pretty good indication that if you're already a season ticket holder, it is time to renew right now. As we're waiting on our Group 7 race to get underway, we'd like to give a big thank you once again to all of the Vintage Sports Car Drivers Association sponsors for the weekend. Collins Classic Automobiles, Haggerty Vintage Motorsports Insurance, Donato & Sons Aluminum Trailers, Sport and Specialty Restorations and Vintage Racing, North Shore Sports Cars, Authorized Morgan Dealer, Next Gen Head and Neck Protection, the National Exchange Bank and Trust, and Northern Chill, America's Water. I'd also like to thank HSR for their involvement here this weekend. Our Women of Motorsports in North America here all this weekend, and of course Road America and all our workers, safety crews, all of the VSCDA volunteers, from registration to tech to timing and scoring. Everybody here volunteers putting in their time to make this racing possible. Thank you all very much. And of course, we'd be remiss without giving thanks to the fantastic safety crew here at Road America, as well as all of the angels in white around the circuit. These corner workers are SCCA members for the most part, volunteers one and all. And they have what we might call the best seat in the house from those flag stations. They work hard, but they also have great camaraderie and a great party every night to unwind and do a little bench racing. And they are people that unsung heroes for the great point of it that make the racing possible at road race circuits all around the country.
And many of them do it for a box lunch.
Exactly right. Not a nickel, just for the love of the game. So thank you all for doing that as we're closing down our spectator season here at Elkhart Lakes Road America. Thank you so much for doing it. Workers are becoming an issue for a lot of tracks, having trouble recruiting workers and recruiting enough volunteers to put on races. So those of you that are still out here doing the job, thank you so much. We appreciate what you do and hope to see you again next season.
Of course, Road America's Paddock Shop open tomorrow again, 9 to 4 if you need something. Plenty of opportunity for you to pick up some Road America gear tomorrow, 9 to 4 at Road America's Paddock Shop. Concours d'Elegance continues through 6 o'clock this afternoon. And the fan walk just across the road from the Paddock Shop as well.
Yeah, great copy.
Near the VSCDA Regalia tent. A lot of beautiful cars sitting over in that fan walk area as well as over by Victory Lane earlier today. Huge welcome to all the Ariens employees, family, and friends with us this weekend. Thank you for joining us. And thank you to Ariens for being a presenting sponsor here at Road America. Well, the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend featuring the VSCDA Fall Vintage Festival. Group 7 next on the docket here. Modern Formula, open cockpit, open wheel with wings.
And here they come. James French in the number 11 did not turn a time in qualifying. We'll see if he's in the field in that yellow Jordan Formula One car. Brian French in the number 18 turned the quickest time, but is also being shown at the back of the pack. I don't know whether Brian will take his grid position. I didn't see him on the pole, so he'll probably start at the back on purpose. Joseph Conway qualified in 18th spot in the number 6 car in a Van Diemen Formula Continental. The 92 of Daniel Hayes in a Van Diemen Formula V. I don't believe that to be true. I believe it's an FC, but who's counting? Then we've got Sharon Fry in car number 93. Sharon in a Van Diemen Formula Continental. James Miller in car number 4 in a Van Diemen RF94. Michael Mudger in car number 79 in a Carber DS3. Matt Daniel in car number 26 is a Tatus RC98. That's the US F2000 car. Patrick Donnelly is in car number 16 in a Megale SJ01 Formula Ford. Grant Greenfield is in car number 38 in a Speeds F1000 prototype looking car. Car number 77 is Tom Simpson in a McKee Mark 18 Formula 5000. You'll hear that one coming. Michael Popp is in car number 13 in a Van Diemen Formula Continental. Fletcher Belt in the number 39 is a March 79V Super V. The 19 is Josh Bowler in a Chevron B29 Formula Atlantic. Bill Walschlager is in car number 37, a Van Diemen RF97. Jeffrey Antonelli is in car number 71, a Star Mazda Pro Mazda. Then we've got Rob Radman in car number 15 in an Elan Pro Formula Mazda. Travis Engen back with us again, this time in the number 31 Lola T9720. That's the Buick V6 powered Indy Lights car. Mark Giroux on the outside of row 1 in the number 30 in another of the Lola T9720s, also a Indy Lights car. And then Brian French in that number 18 Benetton B197, ex-Jean Alesi or Gerhard Berger. Well, we understand both those cars will, if both of them are in the field, they'll start from the pit lane. Not much of a disadvantage when you are 15 seconds faster than the rest of the field. Mark Giroux and Travis Engen on the front row as they begin to form up 2 by 2 as they come into turn 14. The Corvette Pace car getting ready to pull into the pit lane. Everybody nicely formed up now as the field is well set. Starter looking them over as they climb the hill. Again, 12 minutes, the length of this one. There's the green. And that was Brian French on the pole. And he is long gone through turn number 1. Mark Giroux right behind him. Then Travis Engen, I think, slotted into that 3rd spot, but we'll sort it out. Rob Radman right up in there in the thick of it as well.
I always said that those Formula One cars from the French family just need a buh and bye on the back. Just let them go.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know that he can lap the field in a 12-minute race, but we've seen him do pretty much that in the longer vintage races. You know, I mean, a couple $100 million and 500 people, that's kind of what you can do, you know. So in fairness, that car does not have the original Renault V10 that it campaigned in back in its running year. But to make it a little more user-friendly. It has an equally potent Judd V10 in the back. And it makes a glorious noise, if you haven't heard it yet, on the front straightaway.
See, the advantage of days like today with that car on the racetrack
Yep.
is here on the front straightaway, before the repave, come to the front straightaway right now, because when this car comes flying through here, the titanium rub rails on the bottom of the car like to spark a bit. And
Yep.
it's the beautiful shot that you're looking for if you're an amateur photographer.
Yeah, especially when it's a little overcast like this. They
Oh, it's
really
perfect.
show up. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the perfect conditions to watch this race car.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, we digress. Rob Radman doing a great job in that number 15 Elan Pro Formula Mazda, staying right with the two Indy Lights cars. Here it comes. What sweet music. What sweet music that is. I can remember attending in person when Formula One races when they all sounded like that. Big improvement over what we've got now. There goes Giroux in second. There goes Travis Ingen. There goes Radman doing a great job in that Pro Mazda. Not far behind him, Jeffrey Antonelli in the slightly older Pro Mazda. Fletcher Belt in the 6th spot in the 39 car in his March Super V. Josh Bowler, Bill Wallenschlager, Tom Simpson in that big Formula 5000, and Grant Greenfield in the 38, rounding out the top 10. The Giroux, Ingen, and Radman battle, the best one to watch, second, third, and fourth. We haven't seen the other French Formula One car, the Jordan, the yellow-levered Jordan, so far this weekend. So don't know if we'll see it tomorrow or not at all. Yeah, those rub strips beginning to show a little life. Right at 2 minutes, 2 minutes and a half second for Brian French. Meanwhile, Giroux and Ingen through 14 and up the hill. Travis Ingen, if anything, looks to be a little closer. We'll see what the interval says. It was 1.6 seconds a lap ago. It's down to 1.1. So Travis Ingen marginally quicker on that last lap. Rob Radman in the Elan Pro Mazda not quite able to maintain that same pace. He's dropped back about 4 seconds behind Travis Ingen. Jeffrey Antonelli in the Star Mazda even further back, another 14 seconds in back. Good battle, though, between Walschlager and Josh Bowler. Walschlager in the number 37 Speeds Formula 1000, and Josh Bowler in the number 19 Chevron B29. Big difference in age. That Formula 1000 is a 2002. Bowler's car is a 1975, so 27 years older, and maintaining the same kind of pace. Travis Ingen continues to get a little bit closer to Marc Giroux as we're approaching halfway here. Right at the back of the pack, Joseph Conway and James Miller in the 6 and the 4, respectively. Less than a tenth of a second apart as they cross the stripe in the battle for 16th.
Halfway through now.
Brian French, imperious out in front. Still hasn't cracked the 2-minute barrier. 2 minutes, .317. Each lap is a little bit faster than the last.
I think what's unique about that car, too, though, is we're inside. So we get a little bit of a dulled sense of sound here inside, but you can still hear that car at full song in the Marine Sweep.
Yep.
Even inside the building.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a beautiful sound.
Travis Engen continues to run down Mark Giroux. He's got it under a second now. 9/10 the interval at the line as he gets ever closer as those two identical Indy Lights cars. That Bowler-Wallenschlager battle continues to be a good one as they are side by side across the line. Bowler just a nose ahead as they cross the stripe this time. Behind them by about 12 seconds is Tom Simpson in that big Formula 5000 McKee. Meanwhile, back at the second place battle, down into turn number 8, about 3 car lengths is all that separates the two. As Giroux going to be driving in his mirrors here. He's certainly got nothing in front of him. Well, there is a car in front of him. He just can't see it. Into 12, pretty much nose to tail now. So let's see when Travis Engen is going to pull the trigger. Going to see the white flag next time by. So 2 laps to go for these two. Giroux able to stretch his legs just a bit on the straightaway. It's down to about 0.7 of a second. But Engen's car handling just a little bit better down into the twisty bits. As Giroux's car getting a little squirrely back in, trying to get away from him at the exit of turn 1. And that's allowed Travis Engen to close right up on his back. And Giroux aware of that and is making that car as wide as he can.
Giroux also looks like he's kind of squaring up the corners a little bit, making a later apex entry and just kind of avoiding opening or closing the door in a sudden move. Which is a little rare in road racing that you square up a corner, but it does serve a useful purpose occasionally.
Yep. Up and under the Corvette bridge and into turn 6. As they begin the downhill plunge through 7 and into Hurry Downs. This is the area of the track where Engen seems to have a little bit of an advantage. I think the car's handling just a bit better. White flag is in the air for our leader as he flashes by.
And the beautiful spark show, we get one more time.
Yes, indeed we shall. And by the time they get down to Canada, the Engen is usually right on the gearbox. In fact, he's thinking about a pass here. Travis Engen goes to the inside. Giroux does a little fade to keep him there. Through Canada corner they come. But yeah, from about turn 8 through to Canada, Engen's car really comes alive and he's able to get right on the gearbox. Our leader has already caught the 3 cars at the back, the Formula Continentals, Sharon Fry, James Miller, and Joseph Conway. And our Indy Lights cars are about to, as the white flag shows to them. But again, Giroux' car, I think, maybe trimmed out a little bit more, and that gives him the straight line advantage, which is what you need here at Road America.
Seemingly like he gets a good pull off of the 8-corner exit. He'll work around some lap traffic here across the Ariens tunnel.
Travis Engen follows him through, so it doesn't cost him too much. 2 more Formula Continentals right in front of him. Hopefully they're aware of these faster cars coming up from behind. Engen looks like he's going to try to split them.
Oh, Engen dangles the left sides close to the grass.
Yep.
To driver's left underneath Sargento.
There's Giroux. Now Engen clear of those 2 Continentals. Down into turn 5.
Leader through the kink now. And at Canada corner.
Meanwhile, second place just entering turn 6. Sort of gives you a visual cue as to how far ahead Brian French is. Almost 50 seconds his interval first to second. And here he comes up the hill. Actually, that's the Formula 5000 of Tom Simpson. Now he comes across the line. And he relaxed to a 2:16 on that last lap.
Looks like that would be Patrick Donnelly was the first car, so he lapped up to the 10th position.
Yep.
Tom Simpson will be working his final lap.
Here's the battle for the top spot amongst the 2 Indy Lights cars. Travis Engen right on the gearbox of Marc Giroux, as he has been just about every lap at that point in the race course. But can't quite find his way around, I don't think, as they come into turn 14. Unless Giroux makes a mistake, I think he's got it done.
In any configuration, Indy Lights has always put on a great show here at Road America as well. Even its current iteration is certainly fantastic. But Giroux holds off Engen for second and third overall on the podium. Behind Brian French from Sheboygan, your victor in the sprint race for Group 7.
Rob Radman in the number 15 Elan Pro Mazda, a distant 4th. After running right with those 2 in the early stages, fading eventually. Jeff Antonelli just behind him. Josh Bowler and Bill Wallenschlager, Fletcher Bolt. There's Antonelli across the line, 38 seconds adrift of Rob Radman. Then Josh Bowler finally taking over and holding that 6th spot. Wallenschlager back to 7th. Fletcher Belt across the line, and Tom Simpson should be the last car on the lead lap in the 77 Formula 1000. Three more races to go. The Group 6 and 3A and B coming up next. Another big field, 48 cars. As our final car has seen the checkered flag.
Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America. Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our landmark sponsors, Sargento, Ariens, Corvette, Haggerty, Briggs & Stratton, Johnsonville, Henry, Palermo's Pizza, and NTT. Skag Power Equipment, the official lawnmower. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supply of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet. Optima Batteries, the official battery of Road America. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner. Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner. Soundhouse, the official hearing protection partner. Our fire and safety sponsors, Hall Matro, AMR, Crete Truck Center, Wheel and Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf car provider. Eden Stone of Elders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. The University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, LiftX, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Ariens. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support.
And here comes our field for race group number 6, and a few group 3 cars sprinkled in. Greg Root is the number 5 car. That's a Ford Mustang. The 144 is Eric Jacobson in a Mazda Miata. Lester Nadell is in car number 59, a Kellison J5 Roadster. Then we've got the 211 of Jose Miguel Paredes in a Mazda Miata. John Jarvis in car number 20 is a Mazda Miata. John Wirtz is in car number 130. That's a Porsche 944. John Rockensees is in car number 21. That's an Alfa Romeo GTV6. The 118 is Julie Dahmer in a Mazda Miata. Michael Tomei is in car number 93. That's another Miata. The 163 is Jerry Gruss in a Chevy Corvette. The number 36 is Darren Bosell in another Corvette. The 195, Jeff Holland in a Lotus 23B. Pat O'Hara in the 143 is in a Mazda Miata. Anthony Jarvis in car number 12, a Mazda Miata. Zachary Torrenio in car number 57 in a Ford Mustang. David Farnsworth is in car number 60. That's a BMW. Philip Taxman is in car number 2. That's a Jaguar XKE. Peter Mika is in car number 241, a BMW 323i. The 03 is David Carpenter in a Ford Mustang Mach 1. Jessica Jonk is in car number 128 in a BMW 325i. Gary Davis in the 04 in a Dodge Dart. Kathy Blaha is in car number 40. That's a Porsche 911 RSR. Nick Gruss in the 222 in a Chevy Corvette. Chip Boatwright is in car number 113. That's a Chevy Roadster. Dick York in number 90. not showing up on my entry sheet, so not sure what he's driving. Dean DeSantis in car number 33 in a Porsche 911 RSR. Damon Bozell on the 117 in a Ford Falcon. Steve Walker in car number 27, driving a BMW M Series. Ben McGraw in the number 89, a Porsche 911 RS. Mark Colbert is in car number 24 in a Porsche 911 RSR. Robert G. in the 696 Chevy Corvette. Tom Bleeker in number 165, a Mustang Fastback. Henry Vicosio is in car number 76. That is a Ford Mustang. Damon DeSantis in 82 in a Porsche 911. Scott Graham is in car number 169 in a Pontiac Firebird. Brad Briscoe is in car number 15, a Greenwood Corvette. Tim Cornelius in car number 47 in a Chevy Camaro Z28. Mike Bentz, car number 13, a Porsche 911 RSR. Eve Scamama in car number 152 in a Porsche 911 RSR. Fritz Seidel in car number 721 in a Porsche 911 RSR. Jim Frola in car number 452 in a Nissan 240SX. Brian Garcia in car number 41, a Cheetah Roadster. Then we've got Michael Orager in the Corvette, number 969, and the pulse hitter, number 111, Jonathan DeGainer in a Devon Special. That's a 350 Chevy and a T10 gearbox and a XKE differential for Jonathan DeGainer. This big field of cars, almost 50 strong, lined up behind the safety car. Jonathan Gaynor and Michael Orager on the front row. Gaynor in that black 1960 Devon. Orager in the much more familiar 1969 Corvette. As they climb the hill. Starter looks him over. And there's the green. 12 minutes once again. Orager and DeGaynor side by side. Brian Garcia in the 41 right behind DeGaynor. Staying right there was with him as well as they head down into turn number 1. DeGaynor with the advantage over Orager. There on the inside is Brian Garcia, Jim Fraula in the 52 right next to him. Still side-by-side racing down into turn number 3. Down the hill they come. DeGaynor beginning to stretch it out just a bit. Let's see if Brian Garcia can catch Michael Orager here as the Devon giving chase. It's Devon, Corvette, and Cheetah in that order. And then a little bit of a gap back to the 4th place car. That's the Porsche of Fritz Seidel, I believe, in the 721. The top 3 just about equally spaced through the carousel. Orager looking racy, though. Thinks about an inside pass at the kink. That almost never works. but thinks better of it. It's still early days here on the first racing lap. Now Origer takes the inside line down toward Canada. He and DeGainer side by side. Origer a little later on the brakes and makes the pass. Michael Origer into the lead in the Corvette. DeGainer in the Cheetah, then Garcia. Or DeGainer in the Devon, excuse me. Garcia in the Cheetah as they exit turn 14 and begin the climb up the hill. The fourth place battle beginning to hot up just a little bit. Now the Cheetah and the Devon go side by side for second. And Garcia now at the point in the 41, then Origer, then DeGainer. Fritz Seidel in fourth with Jim Frula right behind him in the red number 52 Nissan 240SX. Those two through turn number 1. But now Brian Garcia taking over the top spot in that Cheetah. Down the hill toward turn number 5. Good battle for fourth spot as Fritz Seidel has got his hands full with Jim Frula. Seidel holding him off at the moment, but Frula in that Nissan tries to make an outside pass at turn 7. Can't quite close the deal. Cheetah stays out front. DeGainer dropping back to third as the Porsche getting a little tail happy at the exit of turn 8. The Nissan pretty well planted as they come into the carousel turn. As we follow this fourth place battle. There goes Frula trying to get to the inside of Fritz Seidel. Can't quite close it. Once again, single file through the kink. Seidel's Porsche getting away from the carousel and beginning to open up the advantage a little bit as they come down into Canada corner. You'll notice the lead car, the Cheetah, it appears to have kind of a foreshortened front end. That's because it's really a mid-engine car, kind of ahead of its day. That big V8 is located so far back in the chassis that there's no drive shaft in that car. The end of the bell housing of the transmission connects directly to the differential. So the exhaust manifold for that V8 is literally right at the driver's legs. And that turned out to be an Achilles heel, especially in any race longer than a few minutes, as it gets hot. Seidel and Frula separated by about 0.6 of a second at the line. Yves Scamama has moved up to 6th in the number 152 Porsche. Scott Graham not far behind him in the 169 Pontiac Firebird. As we follow that battle between Seidel and Frula, and then just behind him, Scamama in the 152. Actually, the Firebird, I think, got in front of him. It looks like Scotty Graham got up to 6th at the end of the straightaway. As the Cheetah beginning to stretch its legs a little bit over the Corvette of Origer. And the Devon of DeGainer. And now the Nissan in front of Fritz Seidel. So Jim Frula's moved up to 4th. Seidel back one spot. And then Scamama and Graham going side by side behind them. So good battling. The top 3 have kind of stretched it out. And then the racing gets pretty good after that. Yeah, it looks like the Camaro of Graham up into that front position. Scamama trying to make that pass, and then the other Camaro right behind them, Brad Briscoe, in the Greenwood Corvette in the thick of that. Great 4-car battle here. 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Corvette at the tail end of that group now, as they work their way down toward Canada. Brian Garcia across the line. As we're well into the second half of this one. There's Origer, there's DeGainer. Seidel losing that fourth spot to Jim Frula. Then the 21, or 721 of Fritz Seidel, should we say. Then Scotty Graham in the 169. Then Brad Briscoe. Skimama back to 8th. So Skimama with an off course. As we expect the white flag next time by. Seeing headlights on some of these cars for the first time as the overcast making visibility a little less good. Fritz Seidel solidly in that 5th spot. Scott Graham in the Camaro. Then Brad Briscoe in the Greenwood Corvette with Yves Skimama right behind him. Leader coming to the white flag. Just about 2.5 minutes remaining at this point as Brian Garcia approaching turn 14. Thundering across the line is the 41 with 1 lap to go. Big gap now between first and second. There's Michael Origer. Waiting on Jonathan DeGainer in the Devon. He has not come by. DeGainer missing in action. Jim Frula now up into 3rd spot. Fritz Seidel across the line in 4th. There's the 47. Yeah, the 47 car has not been showing. Tim Cornelius in that Camaro has not been showing up on timing and scoring.
On pit lane for DeGainer.
Yeah, DeGainer with an issue, obviously. So the 47 car is there in front of Scott Graham, then Brad Briscoe, then Skimama. Mike Bands will be next across the line in the 13 car in the Porsche. So the 47 car of Cornelius not tripping timing and scoring, although he is in that 5th spot. There's Cornelius right there with Scott Graham in the white 169 right behind him. So a pair of Camaros, then the Greenwood Corvette, then Skimama in the Porsche. Fifth, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Yeah, scoring is showing Cornelius back in 8th position, but that is not true. I believe he's up in 5th right now. As they are working their way around a slower car, one of the Miatas just going a lap down.
So leader working some traffic through Canada corner now for Brian Garcia.
After a close battle at the front in the early running, Garcia has really stretched his legs almost 10 seconds out in front. And here comes that battle for fifth. Cornelius, all he can handle with the 169 of Scott Graham.
Garcia takes the checkered flag.
Michael Origer, 10 seconds adrift, still working his way up the hill as we watch this four-car battle. There's Origer.
Jim
Frola
Frula.
right behind him. Fritz Seidel should be next across in the Porsche. A couple of the Miatas. There's Seidel. Now here they come, the two Camaros side by side. It is Cornelius and Greenwood got it. The Greenwood Corvette got up there. So Brad Briscoe taking over sixth spot. Scott Graham shuffled back to seventh. Yves Skabama finishing in eighth. Mike Bentz comes home in ninth. And Damon DeSantis, first time we've called his name in the 82 car. That Porsche 911 gets up into 10th spot.
And the headlights pop open on the 144 Miata saying, hello, thank you, at the start finish line. That's a perfect headlight draw for the Mazda.
Exactly right.
5-minute call to the grid. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 10. This is the 5-minute call to the grid for Group 10. We are back on time within about 5 minutes here. So Group 10, 5-minute call to the grid. Don't forget, the Women in Motorsports Banquet begins at 6 p.m. at the Tufte Center in the lower level of the paddock shop. So again, coming up at about 6:15 is when the banquet officially begins, but the doors will open at 6 p.m. at the Tufte Center for the Women in Motorsports Banquet. For those of you that have your tickets, we are less than an hour away for the banquet at the Tufte Center.
And Group 10 making its way out. Normally these cars would be mixed in with the Group 4 non-wings and slicks Monoposto cars, but these are Formula Vs, and there were so many of them, 21 to be exact, that they have a race group all their own. And that's just fine with me because they put on a great show. There's a couple Formula Juniors sprinkled in just for variety's sake. Mark Silverberg, will start alone in the 11th row in number 175. That is a Lynx. Outside of row 10, the 132 of Glenn Lang in a Lynx. The 182 next to him is Thomas Gill in a Zinc. Then we've got row 9 with the 56 Zinc of Edward Smith and the 71 Form car of Robert Blaney. In row 8, car number 23 is Jeff Janis in a Lynx. And the 81 is James Gaffney in an RCA Formula V. 115 is John Hertzgaard in row 7 in a Formula Junior. Then the 07 of William Gill in a Zinc. Another Zinc is outside of row 6, the 34 of Ryan Buckley, next to the Caldwell of Michael Westerfield in car number 5. In row 5, car 33, Guy Dennehy in a Lynx. And then the other Formula Junior in the field, car number 9, that is Alex Moranto in a Lotus 18. The 86 is David Crosby in row 4 in a Zinc. Then the Lynx of Ron Price in car number 868. In row 3, the 84 of Brian Stasinski in a Lynx. And the 66 of Jack Heidemann, in a Zinc. A pair of Lynxes is in row 2, the 77 of Joseph Stiefel and the 21 of Bill Stasinski. And then on the front row, Paul Baster in car number 16. That's a McNamara Formula V. And your pole sitter is car number 92, Eric Kopic, and he is driving a Lynx. The Zincs were designed by Ed Zink, who won the runoffs with that car. It was very dominant in its day. Won 10 runoffs championships in a Zink car, including 5 in a row from 66 through 70. The Lynx cars were built by Bill Riley of Riley and Scott fame and John Mills, both of which worked for the Ford Motor Company at the time. Lynx was eventually absorbed by Ford, and they made cars under the Caracal brand name once Bill Riley moved on to other things. The Lotus 18 that Alex Moranto has is that car in slightly different guise was offered as a Formula 1, a Formula 2, or a Formula Junior. The Formula Junior chassis, which is the one in the field here, basically the same design, but they used thinner tubing to keep it a little lighter because they didn't need all that horsepower. And it had a 1-liter Cosworth Mark III engine making about 90 horsepower, as opposed to the Formula 1 cars of the day that made about 400 thereabouts. The other sort of unusual car was the car of Paul Baster, the McNamara, a McNamara Sebring Mark I. Francis McNamara was a soldier, a Green Beret actually, that raced Formula Vs when he was stationed over in Germany, and came back and commissioned Dan Hawks to design a Formula V chassis. And it was rather rare, but several of them, and they had some success. But his reach kind of exceeded his grasp because he got involved in designing an IndyCar for Andy Granatelli and the STP team, and that turned out to be a rousing non-starter. And that was sort of the end of the McNamara era.
Lights are out on the safety car in the Canada corner. The field will come by the carved American Eagle right to driver's right, the end of the new terrace seating back there on the new trail.
Yeah, the carvings all around the racetrack are beautifully done, and it's kind of a relatively recent addition. Here is, some of the trees have had to go by the wayside with weather and whatever, and the emerald ash borer, among other things. And really imaginative work by the artisans that have carved those fixtures around the track. There's eagles and a bear and some otters and just all sorts of great stuff. Little hidden gems to find here at Road America. That's why it's called the National Park of Speed, Eric. Did you know that?
Absolutely.
Oh, of course, yeah.
underneath the NTT bridge at the start finish line will be the TireRack.com WeatherTech green flag here at Road America.
And there it is.
Ariens Art and Wheels weekend, Group 10 underway.
Kopic and Bastier side by side. Kopic in the Lynx, Baxter in that McNamara, the red one. As these Formula Vs, all based on Volkswagen Beetle running gear, the 1200cc boxer motor. Into turn one they go. Looks like Kopic is able to hang on to the lead.
Kopic, Bastier, and Stasinski has dropped back a bit.
Yeah, Bastier fell back to about fourth, it looks like. As Stasinski and Stifel, I think, were able to get up into that position. But the battle for the lead is now side by side under the Sargento Bridge. And we have a new leader. I think that's Bill Stasinski, but we'll have to check it.
Underneath Sargento Bridge, 3 wide for a moment. You can do that with these cars. They're a little bit narrower wheelbase.
Yep.
You can do that for a moment. You don't really want to do that really a long time. It does still hurt your draft, as these cars do draft considerably well here.
Yeah, you can see the 3 cars running second, third, and fourth had fallen back a little bit from the leader, and they hooked up together in a draft down the Kettle Bottoms there and caught right back up with the lead car.
Through 7 in the hurry downs. Get another passing opportunity here. Make the 90-degree left-hander at turn 8 before you get underneath the Johnsonville-Speedville Bridge. Lead group now, lead 5 or 6 now, staying in line. Going to get into a rhythm of the race here, so to speak, here on this opening circuit.
Yeah, they've only got 10 minutes or 12 minutes to get this job done. And Formula Vs are always entertaining to watch. They put on a great show.
Low horsepower, high momentum car. Need to maintain
absolutely.
a very high momentum center of corner with these cars. So you don't see them dance a lot under braking, but they're more of a power slide through the faster corners. Turn 5 is a little bit more unique here at Road America with these cars. You do actually slow down a bit, but you will see them carry a lot more center cornering speed through turn 5 than some of the other cars here this weekend with the open cockpit concept here with these cars. Short, narrow wheelbase, very squiggly under braking, under heavy braking. So you'll see them pump the brake and a little bit more so than normal. 2 wheel-to-wheel contact in the back. I believe that's one of the FJ entries.
I don't think so. The other junior is a silver car, and it was near the back. I don't recognize those 2, so I can't give you a number. There they go. Everybody was able to get back underway. That was at Canada Corner. Meanwhile, at the front, completing lap number 1, side-by-side battle for third spot as they come to the line. It is the 9 car of Alec Moranto at the point, Eric Kopic in second, Bill Stasinski in third, Joseph Stifel in fourth, Brian Stasinski in fifth, Jack Heidemann and Ron Price come by in seventh in that lead draft. Then there's Guy Donnelly in that Formula Junior, or excuse me, John Hartsgaard in that Formula Junior. Michael Westerfield just behind him. So the Alec Moranto is the other Formula Junior. That's the Lotus 18 at the point. So Eric Kopic retakes the lead in Formula V, second overall. The 16 car, one of the 2 involved in that spin there at Canada Corner, is rolling down the pit lane. That's Paul Bastier in the McNamara. Leaders coming down the hill into turn number 5. The Lotus still out in front. And he's opened up a little bit of a gap between Stasinski and Stifel in the battle for second and third. Stifel, I think, just now sweeping up into that third spot. As Moranto and Kopic battling for the overall lead. Kopic has retaken it. Moranto in the Formula Junior back into second spot. The Formula Junior probably a little less horsepower. It's only a 1-liter motor in that Formula Junior, and the 1200cc Volkswagen is not a powerhouse by any stretch of the imagination, but Maybe he has just a little more straight line speed. Oh, Kopic is slowing.
Lost the power plant, it looked like.
Yeah, slow and pulling off. Driver's left.
Puff of smoke.
Yep. It expired. I think that was Kopic. It might have been the Lotus. Yeah, it was the Lotus. Kopic is still out in front. So the Formula Junior of Moranto expiring right at the bottom of the hill there, turn 8. So Kopic out in front by a big margin now over the second place battle.
It looks like the 16 Ambassador has exited at 5.
Yeah, we saw him come down the pit lane, so he was already done. But boy, a great second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place battle. Very V-like,
Yep.
all in a cluster. And you'll watch as these guys get hooked up, they'll run down Kopic. He's got a big lead right now. But if they don't battle each other and stay lined up, they'll be able to run him down. But they've got to get with the program because we're already at half distance here.
It looks like that was Bill Tasinski running in that third spot, pulled out. And now they've gone 2 by 2, which is not going to help them catch Eric Kopic.
Yep. But with this short race duration, they realize rather than catching the leader, they might be battling for the rest of the podium spots. That's exactly what's going on. As the
I believe it's Ron Preece up into the second spot now.
yeah, I believe
That
you're correct in that orange colored car. Stasinski shuffled back a couple spots. We're going to get the white flag next time by, as that second group still in a long train here. And Price coming under pressure. I think that's Stasinski trying to pull back into that second spot. As Kopic is well out in front. Here they come. 2 wide down into turn number 5. Stasinski retakes that spot. In fact, Price gets shuffled back behind Joseph Stiefel as well. Priest coming under pressure from Jack Heidemann as well in the 66. So after leading that group into turn number 1, he finds himself back a ways, but when they're bunched together like this, don't count anybody out. Any of these 5 cars will be able to end up in second spot before it's all over.
2 by 2 in the carousel. Now suddenly they've gone all single file.
Yeah, nobody's got much of an advantage in the long carousel turn, so they're better off lining up, trying to get a run down into Canada where somebody can pop out of the draft and make a passing maneuver.
So Kopic in the Canada corner now, coming to the white silk.
And here they come, 2 by 2 down into Canada, realizing that they're going to see the white flag.
And pre-shuffled all the way back.
Yeah, he was at the front of this group just a little while ago, earlier in this lap, and he's now at the back. But it ain't over yet. There's lots of fun still to come.
As they say, maybe in the catbird seat here.
Exactly, you might be in the right
The
right
way
spot.
the previous lap shook out, this might be the smart play here. Kopic checked out and gone.
Yeah, which is kind of unusual. It's very rare that we see a Formula V race get that far in the distance.
And I believe that's Stasinski.
Yeah, and he's
That's stretched out a bit here.
He's pulled away a bit, but I think he's still within capture distance of the rest of this group. There's Kopic. Here comes the second place runner to the white flag. And that is the 21 of Stasinski, and he's already been caught.
Jack Heidemann caught him.
Yep, right behind. And then Stiefel and Brian Stasinski with Price at the tail end of that battle. Then the 33 of Guy Donnelly, another 8 seconds up the road. So here comes this group into turn 1 for the final time. But Bill Stasinski in the 21 still at the head of that train. over the Ariens tunnel and down toward turn number 3. The green and blue Brian Stasinski has gotten up behind Bill, so the Stasinskis working together have gotten themselves up into second and third. But again, it ain't over yet. As they come down the hill toward turn 5, the best passing opportunity on the racetrack, and under normal conditions with Formula Vs, you can pass just about anywhere. Here they come.
3 wide for just a moment.
Yep. The second row is going to be 3 wide here. Oh.
Almost some contact between the Stasinskis.
And I think that was Brian going
Brian
wide.
paid the price.
Yeah, he went a little bit too wide, but he hasn't lost touch with this group as they climb the hill to turn 6.
Well, as long as you can keep your momentum
Yep.
in the motor, really, these cars tend to be able to maintain position or maintain contact.
Yeah, absolutely right. Great racing here. Down into turn number 8. Bill Stasinski and Brian back.
Oh, a little bit of a lockup there. Rear tire lockup. Sliding through the corner for Bill Stasinski,
Heidemann and Stifel right there behind him, though.
which opened the door for Heidemann to go right to the gearbox.
Yep, absolutely. And here they come. Look at them joined together. It looks like a 6-wheeler as they're coming out of the carousel turn under the Henry Bridge into the kink side by side. Really? You going to try it?
No.
No.
Heavy smoker heading down to 8. White car.
Here they come, side by side in the battle for second.
Through Kettle Bottoms now.
Side by side in the battle for 4th and 5th. 3 wide, down into Canada corner on the final turn. Yikes.
And that was Brian Stasinski, who got back to the 4th spot with the maneuver. And now he's got to open the door and drops back to 5th.
2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, just that quick. Meanwhile, Eric Kopic, some 6 seconds up the road, already approaching the stripe as these 5 should we say, exiting turn 14. Now let's see who's going to drag race up the hill and pop out at the last minute.
So Kopic's got the checkered flag.
Now we're going to see the fun as they come to the line.
Through 3 wide.
2 wide.
2 wide.
And it's the 21 of Stasinski holding off Jack Heidemann by 36 thousandths of a second. Another 10th and a half back is Joseph Stifel. Another 2/10 back is Brian Stasinski. And a 10th behind him is Ron Price, as 2nd through 6th separated by less than half a second. Pretty good stuff. Pretty classic Formula V. Guy Donnelly in the 33 comes home in 7th. John Hartsgaard in that Formula Junior, number 115, the silver-colored car, comes home 8th. Michael Westerfield in the 5 in 9th. And William Gill takes the final spot in the top 10. One more race to go.
Been a great Saturday so far here at America's National Park of Speed.
If you are the proud owner of a gray Dodge Ram, license plate RK3306, and you're parked near the false grid, your hazard lights are on. We'd like you to go collect your truck and turn your hazard lights off. If you're the proud owner of a gray Dodge Ram, license plate RK3306, parked near the false grid, your hazard lights are on, and you probably want to go address that before your battery goes dead. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a delayed start here. Looks like we got some fluid down on the backside of the race course. Not ideal to end our day. We've got Group 5 yet to come here, our final race of the afternoon. So it's going to be just a tad bit longer.
Looks like the issue is down in Canada Corner. As we can see, corner marshals, safety marshals, scuffing their way across the track to see where the slippery spots might be. A couple of the kitty litter trucks already dispatched from turn 5. Coming down the hill toward turn 8 right now, those two. So not for the first time today, and I'm guessing not for the last time this weekend. We got a little cleanup to do.
Vintage cars always have a tendency to mark territory.
They do that. Yes, indeed.
On occasion.
correction. The safety team now has disengaged from the carousel. So we misunderstood. We thought they said Canada corner, but it was the carousel where the oil was down. It looks like that's been cleaned up, and I hear cars on the grid fired up. So we're ready to go racing.
This should be an equally entertaining race. And we've got a couple Millers on the front row, so this should be fun. Brian French in his Ralt, number 45, will start alone in the 15th row. Then Matthew Getzinger in the number 26 Carber. The 145 of Floyd Sable in a Genie. Then the 92 of John Ricci in a Chevron. Car number 81 is Mark D'Ambrosio in a Taiga. Ron Suave is in car 25. That's a Lola. The March of Randall Alexander is car number 070. James Cullen in a Lola, number 10. Number 146 is Raymond Hoper in a Lola. The Lola of Mike Caskey, number 19, and the Lola number 274 of Walter Volrath. David Putz is in a Chevron, B Sports Racer, number 8. Vintage Sports 2 Lola, number 11 of Jeffrey Porasic. Joel Quadracci in a Swift Sports 2, number 44. Tim Roberts in the number 213 Lola. Charles Duncan in the 891 Lola. Greg Borland in the one of the two Shadow Can-Am cars. He'll start in 13th position. Andy Jagels in the number 34 Lola. Frederick Seidel in the Carber number 18. James Cope in the number 50 Swift. Peter Escookie in the Vintage S2 Swift number 20. Josh Bowler in the Chevron number 119. Kevin Leparsky in the number 262 Carber. John Boxhorn in the Carber number 89. And Lola number 98 of C. Skip Peffer. Then Avery Stuckert in a Carber number 131. Fritz Seidel in the 02 Carber. And then Jeff Miller and Jason Miller. Jeff Miller in the number 0 B Sports Racer Lola with the 2-stroke Kohler power plant. And son Jason on the pole in the number 101 Shadow Can-Am car. The vast majority of this Group 5 field are Sports 2000 racers, which are no longer competing either in the pro ranks or in club racing competition. So that's been a boon for the vintage racing, as all of the S2s now finding their way into vintage competition. There's more contemporary S2s like the Carber and the Lola, and then vintage S2s as well. But sprinkled in this race group are a couple of B Sports racers. We already mentioned Jeff Miller in his B Sports racer. The two Can-Am cars, both of them, as it turns out, are Shadow DN4s. Don Nichols effort. That's what the DN stands for. It was his last Can-Am. Jackie Oliver and George Fulmer were the factory drivers of those two cars in that season. Brian French in the C Sports Racer Ralt RT41. Didn't turn a time in practice, so he'll start at the back. He'll be one to watch moving forward as well. Joel Quadracci also being shown at the back as the green flag flies. The Shadow, as you would expect, with a little better acceleration, but probably doesn't have the same top end speed as Jeff Miller's BSR. Let's see what happens as they come down into turn one. Jason Miller showing the way. Jeff Miller into second. And a couple of the S2s right behind, Stuckert and Seidel, reprising their battle from earlier in the Enduro. And then two wide behind them, John Boxham and Skip Pfeffer going side by side. In qualifying, the Shadow was about 5 seconds a lap quicker than Jeff Miller in the BSR. So we'll see if he can maintain that pace throughout. The Shadow Can-Am cars were all about trying to keep the frontal area as low as possible, so they developed a special front tire. Had Goodyear develop a special front tire with a very small wheel so they could keep the frontal area down. Turned out not to be particularly successful, but it was a good idea. If you'll remember in that era, the six-wheeler Tyrrell in Formula One, the same sort of story. Tiny little wheels didn't generate enough traction with just two of them, so they put two on each corner to try to improve that, and that turned out to be an idea that didn't really work out very well. Wow, Jason Miller is long gone. He has disappeared into the sunset here. Dad Jeff, a former pilot for Kohler and a multiple national champion. Shadow already making the climb up the hill. And Jeff Kohler has dropped back to third as Avery Stuckert has moved around him up into second spot. You can hear that Shadow thundering by. And Jeff Miller retakes the advantage as his car with a little better straight line speed maybe doesn't handle quite as well as the more contemporary S2 cars. Jeff Miller's car, a 1977 Lola, whereas Avery Stuckert's number 131 is a 2010 Carber, so almost 30 years difference between those two.
.215 car stopped on pit lane just underneath the bridge.
There's a 213.
That's what I'm thinking it may be. That was the reported number on the corner net. Might be Tim Roberts.
Might be. I don't think there's a 215 in the field, but so Jason Miller leading Jeff Miller, Avery Stuckert, and Fritz Seidel for third and fourth. The leaders in the Sports 2 field. Skip Pfeffer just behind him. Kevin Leparski another 3 seconds up the road, with Josh Bowler giving him all he can handle for sixth and seventh. As the 20 car coming down the pit lane, also retiring early, Peter Escookie in his Swift Vintage S2.
coming down to about 4.5 minutes complete. It's about 7.5 minutes remaining.
Here's Jason Miller setting fast lap of the race, a 2:13.4.
Again, that last transmission, I could not understand.
Still waiting for the second place runner. It is Jeff Miller. Then Avery Stuckert with Fritz Seidel right on his wheel tracks as we follow that battle down to turn one. That's the battle for third and first among the Sports 2000s. Stuckert still with the advantage.
Got a car blocking the track down in turn 13 from the looks of things. Safety team responding from turn 12 at Canada corner.
Skip Pfeffer in the red number 98. Josh Bowler in the 119. Currently in fifth and sixth.
Black flag all is now being displayed. So black flag all for Group 5.
As
Sounds
we
like
have
the car has made contact potentially with the barrier in turn 13. The driver's left, and it's blocking the track. So to safely get the field by the safety truck, we will do a black flag all, so everybody slows down enough to get past the safety truck. Looks like there's some debris strewn across the racetrack from the contact with the barrier.
Yeah, it looks like the car may be sitting crossways to the track, and the safety truck, acting as a blocker as it should. If a car were to come around Canada at full chat and not be able to get slowed down, better to run into the back of the safety truck than broadside into the disabled car there.
At the same time, with these being a little bit lower to the ground cars, even with the truck being lowered in the back with the lower deck with the hazard lights on it, still safety crew is on the scene and on the ground outside of the truck, so to protect the safety team as well.
You bet.
Black flag all coming out. So there's Jason Miller.
And that is not Jeff Miller right behind him.
That was one of the back markers there.
So when the rest of the field comes around by process of elimination, we can see who the car is that did not come by. We saw the 20 of Peter Escookie come into the pit lane.
Sounds like it was a significant impact. So it looks like there's debris from the car over on the right-hand side of the racetrack as well.
Looks like it. It looks like another car has pulled to a stop just past the incident on driver's right and now moves along.
So the field's going to come out of 14 and then come up the hill and head to pit lane. So there is only about 3.5 minutes left in this. I would imagine that once all the cars have stopped here, we would likely see the checkered flag. Given the timing of the end of the day here, and with just over 3.5 minutes remaining, I would imagine it's going to take a little bit longer to clean up the debris and certainly remove the vehicle from the area. So I would be anticipating a checkered flag here shortly.
Yeah, Jason Miller across the line, still in, or Jeff Miller, excuse me, still in second spot. Then the 02 of Fritz Seidel, the 119 of Josh Bowler. And I believe it may be Avery Stuckert is the car off there in turn 13. Nope, Stuckert just now coming by as he fell back. He may have been the car that stopped to see what the situation was.
Checkered flag is out at start finish, so indeed, with the field on pit lane,
Checkered flag is out, and that will conclude our race day for your Saturday here at the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend.
John Boxhorn has come down the pit lane. There's the number 8 of David Putz. Jeffrey Sorosik. The 10 car of James Cullen. And the 19 of Mike Casey. Perhaps Randall Alexander could be the car.
There's the 146 of Alexander, 81 of D'Ambrosio.
Raymond Hoper in the 146, should we say. D'Ambrosio.
And we don't really want to speculate on who that is. We can't confirm that.
Yeah, we know Peter Skokie was a lap down and right behind the leaders. So Charles Duncan, I think, retired after just a single lap. So that leaves John Ricci or Randall Alexander potentially being involved, but that's as much as we can just guess by process of elimination.
And there were a couple of cars involved in the incident from what we heard on the Corner Network there. So it's possible that we don't see the second car or the second car pulled off at 13 before coming back to the start-finish line. So with that, that is going to end our day here at the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. We will come back at you again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It is the Trans Am B Sedan V8 Challenge. That's how we'll start our day tomorrow morning. The Elkhart Lake Cup for groups 4, 7, 10, and 5. Second on the docket, the Sheldon Cup at 9 a.m. and the Kimberly Cup at 9:30. So our cup races to start our Sunday morning here at the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. For John Phippen, I'm Eric Miller. From all of us at Road America, reminding you that race car spelled backwards is still race car. We'll see you tomorrow. For those of you going to the Women in Motorsports Banquet at 6:15, the doors are open at the Tufte Center.
Thanks so much, Eric. See you tomorrow.